Good morning, everyone, and welcome to this multi-stakeholder workshop on patient registries for Alzheimer's disease. My name is Peter Arlott. I head the Data Analytics and Methods Task Force here at the European Medicines Agency, and together with Eva Belkovits-Iskra, who is on my left, we will be co-chairing your workshop today. It's a great pleasure to bring together this workshop on Alzheimer's disease. I would like to warmly welcome the large group of representatives, both in the room here at the EMA building in Amsterdam, but also online. And we have patients, registry holders, regulators, healthcare professionals, health technology assessment bodies, payers, industry, academia, and research organizations, as well as representatives of the European Commission. So a very broad spectrum of stakeholders coming together on this important issue of clinical evidence and long-term follow-up of patients with Alzheimer's disease. I would like maybe to introduce my co-chair a bit more fully. Eva Belkovits-Iskra is the Polish member of the CHMP, is an associate professor at the Medical University of Warsaw, and has a long list of responsibilities at European level relevant to today. So she's the vice chair of the Scientific Advice Working Party, which gives advice on to companies and small and medium-sized enterprises developing products. Is the Working Party chair on CNS, on the Central Nervous System, is a member of the Emergency Task Force, and a member of the Patients and Consumers Working Party. So Eva, a great pleasure to be co-chairing with you today, and maybe I can hand over to you now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Peter, for this kind introduction. It's also my great pleasure and honor to co-chair with you. I would like also extend a very warm welcome to all the participants here in the room, but also online. Our agenda looks very interesting, very exciting, so I'm sure that we'll have a very, very productive day ahead of us. I'm very pleased and honored to introduce Emer Cook, EMA Executive Director. Emer, please, the floor is entirely yours. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much, Eva, and good morning, everybody. I feel very Christmassy today because thinking about no room at the inn, there's no room on the panel, so that's why I'm standing up here. And but it's also because I'm not able to stay with you all the time, so it didn't make sense for me to sit down and then move everybody and then get up again. But I have to say that this topic, this disease, the concept of registries is something that is very, very close to my heart. I think we have an immense opportunity now to change the way that registries are developed, to change the course of Alzheimer's disease by collecting more data. And if we look at the context of the European health data space, there are huge opportunities where we now need to shape how things go forward here. So that's why it's really a great pleasure to open this joint HMA-EMA multi-stakeholder workshop on patient registries for Alzheimer's disease. The co-chairs have welcomed all the different sectors to this meeting, and it's great to see that we have such a wide range of stakeholders. But it's, I think for me, the most important thing here is that the landscape for treatments in the Alzheimer's disease area is fast evolving. And this means that we have to establish a strong collaboration to facilitate the long-term follow-up of patients, and which also means that we can enable the generation of meaningful clinical evidence on the safety and effectiveness of medicines, and the role of patient registries here is very, very important. I know that we have a large range of stakeholders here, but also online, and this really illustrates the importance of this topic, and also the knowledge gaps that still remain to allow us to really benefit from this. The ultimate goal of the work we do together is to deliver safe and effective medicines for patients. And this is why the patient voice is incredibly important. It's center stage of our discussion today. No one knows better the reality of living with Alzheimer's disease and about the challenges on the collection and sharing of personal data. Now, excellence in clinical evidence is at the heart of well-informed decisions on the development, authorization, reimbursement use, and monitoring of medicines. Patient registries have a very important role to play here, as they have the capability to collect very granular data on patients with a particular disease or condition over the long term. And in some situations, this can provide a unique way to monitor medicine safety and effectiveness over time. Back in 2015, we launched a dedicated initiative aiming to explore ways of expanding the use of patient registries to promote dialogue between stakeholders on data needs and to provide methodological guidance on the content of registry-based studies for regulatory purposes. So that was 2015. So we've now reached the 10-year mark, and I'm pleased to witness all that has been achieved, including successful disease-specific multi-stakeholder workshops, which have been key to shape the current knowledge of the complex ecosystem of existing registries. And our learnings have been translated into a guideline on registry-based studies, which is used today as a reference for the conduct of studies on medicines. In addition, the various applications for qualification of registries demonstrate a willingness of registry holders to establish dialogue with the EU regulatory network. And that, of course, is very, very important. And what we have to think about here is about the quality of the data. And we need to make sure that every piece of data that a patient contributes can be used in the regulatory system. And I can't stress this enough. Patient data is a very special and amazing contributor to evidence, and we have to make sure that we take our responsibility with use of patient data to be able to translate it into something that matters for patients. Now, our work includes supporting registry holders in augmenting the potential and leveraging the richness of their data for regulatory purposes. And this can be done early during medicine's development by identifying the knowledge gaps about a disease and its future treatments. And if we know about the gaps, these gaps can be translated into clear regulatory requirements in terms of data and evidence. And then that can serve as the basis for interactions and collaboration between stakeholders so that we can better understand the feasibility of collecting high quality registry data in real world settings. So this is why today's workshop is extremely valuable. It creates a forum for exchange between key parties, and this forum will contribute to the development, maintenance, and use of patient registries for regulatory decision-making on medicines for Alzheimer's. So today we'll hear the views of stakeholders on the opportunities provided by patient registries, but also their limitations for the generation of real-world evidence to fill knowledge gaps in Alzheimer's disease. You'll all have the opportunity to share thoughts during the afternoon breakout sessions on improvement, where the dialogue will be driven by specific research topics on Alzheimer's disease for which evidence is lacking. And we really need more collaboration here to foster the collection of fit-for-purpose registry data to support the development and monitoring of new and life-changing treatments. So thank you all for your engagement today, and I look forward to seeing the results of this important workshop. I know that we'll have a very good summary. I'm afraid I can't stay with you today. I would love to, but you wouldn't believe what's going on this week. And I don't know why everybody does it in the last week. But anyway, it means I can't go to all the things I'd love to do. But really, this is a really important topic. And please, please make sure your voice counts. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Emma, for this important introductory words. And now it's my great pleasure to introduce Professor Bruno Cepodes from University of Lisbon, Portugal, Chair of the Committee for Medicinal Products for Human Use, Co-Chair for the ETF, a member of ICH Assembly, and the former Chair of the Committee for Orphan Medicinal Products. Bruno, the floor is entirely yours.
Thank you, Eva. Thank you very much for the kind introduction. Good morning, everyone. And I will be very brief, first of all, because you will have the chance to hear me more later in session 3. But I'm here also to give a warm welcome on behalf of the CHMP. And first of all, to thank the EMA, the Executive Director, but also the head of the task force, the Division of Data Analytics and Methods Task Force, Peter Arlett, for actually doing this and hearing the needs of the identified during some of the discussions CHMP had recently on products for Alzheimer, and the importance of this discussion today and what we hope to achieve today. So this comes from being able to hear the call for help internally, and the fact that we're doing this shows that although decisions might come at a moment, things continue, and this is the proof that there's still work to do, not only for the products we currently have on the market, but for those to come. So 2025 was a special year in Alzheimer's disease therapeutic arena. We have now, for patients with mild cognitive impairment and mild dementia, 2 new products that received authorization in the European Union. And this, it is important, and whenever CHMP reaches a recommendation for a positive opinion, the way we manage uncertainties remains extremely important. And therefore, if we can better clarify the disease, the data generated by the real world use of these approved medicines, we are certainly better equipped to refine the risk balance, the benefit risk balance, and therefore understand if at any point the numerator or the denominator vary. And this is it's here now, it's the future, we know, but we know that registries really make a difference and allow us to have more information that will facilitate the long-term follow-up of patients using using registries for that, but also enabling the generation of meaningful evidence. And we hope that by generating this evidence, this can further be discussed as part of future marketing authorizations, as a way of managing these uncertainties, but also to help us with the current authorized products. Therefore, what we're doing here today and the topics identified for the discussion are of the utmost importance. This is the right moment to have this discussion, and you will see that across the day, I think the organization really made a tremendous effort that we will build on different aspects, starting with the views of many of you here. So not only the developers, so a big thank you to industry who is sitting here, but also to listening to the patient community, listening to the regulators from different regions. And then we will move into more active discussions. And I think that will also help to bring us all together by session 3 and try to have some helpful conclusions that will help us move forward. So with this, I will end my introduction, but I thank the EMA, I thank everyone here. I would like to thank the patient associations, industry, but I would really like to thank registry holders. This is a path that is not done alone. We need collaboration. We need to keep this engagement and your willingness to continue to contribute. And we as regulators need to make sure that this connection remains alive, strong, and that will also help us in the future. So again, a big thank you from my side and from the side of the committee. I give back the floor to the chair.
Thank you very much, Bruno, for this important introductory words, and thank you for underlying the importance of the topics that will be discussed today in our agenda during our workshop. The next speaker is Tim Remakers, who represent Directorate General Research and Innovation, European Commission. Tim works on a policy development in the area of brain health, including mental health. And team research activities include cell and gene biotechnology. He holds a PhD in the medical sciences. Tim, welcome, and the floor is entirely yours.
Thank you. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you very well.
To get online, but okay, now it's fine. Yeah, thank you, and thank you for inviting me. And I'm really pleased to be here. So I will provide, or I'll briefly present three perspectives from the Commission, namely from the three different DGs or departments. So Santé, DG Research and Innovation, and the Joint Research Center. Next slide, please. Yeah, thanks. So on behalf of DG Santé and their EU4Health program, I would like to convey that one of the Commission priorities is to step up work on preventive health. And the Healthier Together initiative is the strategic framework to prevent and manage non-communicable diseases. And one of its 5 strands covers neurological disorders, including Alzheimer's disease. Now, the Commission supports member states in the development and implementation of actions such as collaborative work under the joint action JADE Health, which is to reduce the burden of dementia and other neurological disorders. It's being led by Spain, and it's a 3-year action which started in January this year. Now, so JADE Health will transfer proven best practices and/or cost-effective interventions across partners through transnational pilot initiatives. But JADE Health also works to improve data accessibility. And this collaborative work may provide the basis for the Commission to consider a future European network of registries. Then the Commission regularly exchanges views with member states via the Expert Group on Public Health on addressing key public health challenges, including for neurological disorders. Next slide, please. So this Horizon Europe is the dedicated EU program for research and innovation, and recognizing the importance of brain disorders, Horizon Europe has substantially invested in their research, and for example, for dementia, over 440 million euros has been invested since 2021. Now, despite the recent advances made in brain research, many unmet needs remain, so more well-coordinated research and innovation is needed, also in the area of patient registries, as we will discuss today. Now, I will focus on Pillar 2, and the health cluster is aimed at improving collaborative research, and it also holds the large European partnerships. Now, a key public-private partnership being the Innovative Health Initiative has a key focus area in brain research and has funded a number of projects in the dementia area, and I will highlight one key upcoming project. So another key partnership is the upcoming public-public partnership. It's the European Partnership for Brain Health, and it will also cater to the needs of researchers in the area of Alzheimer's disease. And I will provide a brief overview in a moment. And then we have the Joint Research Center, which is also part of Pillar 2, and on their behalf, I will present their chief initiative. Next slide, please. So looking at the collaborative projects, I would like to highlight 2 earlier call topics in the work program of the health cluster. The first one being very relevant for this workshop, namely new methods for the effective use of real-world data and/or synthetic data in regulatory decision-making and/or in health technology assessment. Now, the 6 funded projects form this MetReal cluster, and these projects are ongoing. I will just briefly mention here that the More Europa project covers a number of registries, including one on multiple sclerosis, which is also a neurodegenerative disease. Next slide, please. Now, the other core topic is this one, and it has 5 funded projects under this Into EHR cluster. And my colleague Christina Kyriakopoulou covered both these clusters in last year's stakeholder workshop on patient registries. Next slide, please. Now, on European partnerships, next slide, please. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, on European partnerships, the Innovative Health Initiative is funding a very relevant project called Access AD. So it has still to start in January 2026 and runs for 5 years. Now, the coordinator, Professor Frederik Barkhoff, is here with us today, and the industry lead is Dr. Haitham Mohammed. Now, with a project budget of 35 million euros, the aim is to create a pan-European framework for optimized Alzheimer's care. And Access AD will establish a pan-European registry for patients treated with disease-modifying therapies via integration and expansion of available sources, for example, INRAD. Now, Access AD plans to generate harmonized real-world evidence on disease-modifying therapies and emerging therapies, and it will also deliver flexible analytic tools to evaluate the impact of emerging technologies across the care pathway. Next slide, please. So this slide is just to show you the objectives of Access AD, and it aligns very well with the workshop, and this promises fruitful discussions later today. Next slide, please. The health cluster also houses the new European Partnership for Brain Health, which should cater to the needs of dementia researchers. And it will start on the 1st of January, also next year. It's led by the German research organization DLR, and the partnership builds on previous EU-supported initiatives like JPND, Neuron, eBrains, and it will also strengthen links with other key entities, including regulatory bodies. And so, by connecting stakeholders, the partnership could also contribute to the aims of this workshop and facilitate the follow-up of patients using registries. Next slide, please. So on behalf of the Joint Research Center, I take the opportunity to raise awareness of their efforts regarding the CHIEF initiative. This is the Collaborative Health Information European Framework Initiative. And it started in 2023 to propose a framework for the sustainable collection of indicators for non-communicable diseases. And it aims to provide a scalable framework for accurate comparison of data from different registries, allowing for a more robust analysis and obviously a good basis for the development of sound public health policies. And this initiative is a collaboration between DG Sante and the Joint Research Center. Next slide, and it's my final slide. This slide shows you the published and upcoming deliverables under the CHIEF initiative. And seeing the time with this, I would like to thank you for your attention, and I look forward to a productive workshop with many good discussions. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this important contribution and for presenting available and ongoing initiatives regarding research and innovation on Alzheimer's disease. Very much appreciated. Thank you.
So colleagues, a little bit of housekeeping for our day to keep everything on track. So forgive me if I'm the rules man. Just so that you're aware, this meeting is being broadcast live. It's also being recorded, and that recording, once edited down for pauses, will be posted on the EMA website. By attending the meeting, participants consent to the recording and broadcasting. For the WebEx attendees, you're all muted by default to minimize the potential for disruptions. For participants who are in the meeting room today, if you wish to speak, make a comment, ask a question, please wait till the Q&A sessions, which are at the end of each session, and then raise your hand and we'll give you the floor. In the Q&A sessions, we'll aim to take questions first from the participants in the meeting room, and then we'll go on to the WebEx participants. There is an icon on the WebEx for raising your hand. We'll also be opening a Slido for the afternoon session 3, and that Slido is also open to people following the live broadcast. Instructions on how to access Slido will be made visible on our screens during the meeting. In the Slido, you can put questions, but you can also upvote other people's questions. And what we tend to do is take the most popular questions. So upvoting is a good idea, obviously, if you agree with them. We'll try and answer everybody's questions and give everybody an opportunity to speak. It isn't always possible because of time constraints. We'll also try and give a balance between different stakeholder groups, again, to the best of our abilities within the constraints of time. last point, real technical point, if the WebEx colleagues have any problems with WebEx, then we would invite them to go to the website and find the link to the live broadcast. It's probably easier than sorting out technical problems live during the workshop. With that, would you like to introduce our co-chairs for the next session, Eva?
I'd be delighted to. Thank you very much, Peter, for sharing this housekeeping remarks. So I think it's now time to open our first session, which is aimed to discuss and identify current evidence gaps in and potential of real-world data. And the co-chairs of this important session are Ulla van der Liminga, who is the chair of the Pharmacovigilance Risk Assessment Committee. Ulla represents Swedish Medicinal Products Agency, where she holds a position of Scientific Director Pharmacovigilance. And Ulla is a pharmacist with PhD in Medicinal Sciences. Ulla, the floor is yours, if you would like to add.
Yes, thank you very much and good morning, everyone. And I'm sorry I cannot be with you in Amsterdam. I hope you can hear. It's always the first question. Before we go on to the actual session one, I'd just also like to express my sincerest gratitude for organizing this meeting and particularly, of course, to all contributors. And in PRAC, like Professor Siporis just said, we are contributing by assessing safety in the post-marketing setting, and we are also been a lot involved in discussing how to do that the best way for these two new Alzheimer products. So I'm particularly from that perspective also extremely grateful for this meeting. But we will start off the first session, which concerns current evidence gaps and potential for real-world data. And we will, in the first presentation, give the stage to a patient and a patient representative organization to really get an understanding of the reality of living with early onset Alzheimer's disease. We will then move on to some more technical aspects on the disease and where we are with available therapies. And then before we break for coffee, we will give the floor to representatives from each of the stakeholders to give their perspective on how registry data could be helping and even enhance to support both development, regulatory evaluation, and as I'm particularly interested in safety follow-up, of course, how we can follow up safety through these data sources. And as Dr. Arlett just said, we will take questions in the end at the Q&A session. So our first speakers are Mr. Stuart Dowell. I hope I say your name correctly. And Stuart comes from the European Working Group of People with Dementia. He lives in West Lothian in Scotland together with his wife, and you have medically retired after 36 years as a prison and police service, working with the prison and police services. And Stuart was diagnosed with early onset Alzheimer's disease nearly 4 years ago at the age of 58. Together with Stuart, Angela Bradshaw, Dr. Angela Bradshaw from Alzheimer Europe will give us a presentation as well. Angela is representing Alzheimer Europe in the EMA Patients and Consumer Working Party. And Angela, you have a PhD in vascular biology from Cambridge nearly 20 years ago, and are now working then at the Alzheimer Europe organization. So please do it over to you, and we will listen to your presentation.
Thank you very much, Ulla, for the kind invitation and for reminding me that I finished my PhD 20 years ago. So, good morning, and also huge thanks to the European Medicines Agency for bringing us together today at Alzheimer Europe. We really appreciate the opportunity to contribute to this discussion. And I'd also like to acknowledge the presence of a number of colleagues from National Alzheimer Association. We have Mario from Federazione Alzheimer d'Italia, we have René from the Deutsche Alzheimer Gesellschaft, Kevin from France Alzheimer, we have Andy from the Alzheimer Society of Ireland, and Wiesje van der Vlier from Alzheimer Nederland. So in the last year, we have seen 2 new medicines for Alzheimer's disease being authorized in Europe. This comes 20 years after memantine was approved, which is the previous medicine approved for Alzheimer's disease. This is an important step forward in many ways, and as Emer mentioned just now, it's an immense opportunity because what we're seeing is that it's prompting long-awaited progress in detection and diagnosis, as well as treatment and care. And I'm really delighted that we're now talking about patient registries. At Alzheimer Europe, we see registries as far more than just a means of monitoring utilization and safety of medicines. They've got the potential to strengthen health systems. They can help us understand where treatment pathways function well and where gaps remain. So Emer, in her introduction, mentioned gaps in regulatory evidence. And I think we can also highlight that they can also show us where there are gaps in diagnosis, in follow-up, and also very importantly for us and our member associations, where there might be differences across regions, across ethnicities, just to really understand that these treatments and if these treatments are being accessed equitably. In sum, they provide an opportunity to build a clearer and more coherent picture of care across Europe. However, from the perspective of Alzheimer Europe and our member associations and the wider dementia community, there are several considerations to keep in mind. We see challenges linked to fragmentation, multiple initiatives doing different things at the same time. Issues around practical implementation. How do we make sure these are integrated with routine clinical workflows? And we also need to make sure that registries collect high quality data that reflect outcomes that are meaningful to people who are living with dementia. And we need to consider the experience of those individuals who will ultimately be asked to contribute their data. Registries should minimize the burden on patients and also their families. And this requires continued and meaningful involvement of people who are living with disease in the design and governance of registries. And this brings me to the real reason I'm here. So public involvement is central to the work that we do at Alzheimer Europe. In 2012, supported by national associations, we established the European Working Group of People with Dementia. Members of this group are nominated by their national Alzheimer associations, and they bring a really wide range of personal experiences and backgrounds. Today, in the last term, we have 15 members from across Europe, living with many different types of dementia, different ages, different stages. And they play a really active role in all the work that we do, whether it's on research, policy, or practice. And it means that the discussions that we have, and I hope the discussions that we have in this room, will remain grounded in what matters most to people who are living with Alzheimer's disease and other types of dementia. So, with this in mind, it gives me great pleasure to introduce Stuart Dougal, a member of the European Working Group of People with Dementia. So he's from Scotland, where I lived for 17 years, and he joined the European Working Group this year, nominated by Alzheimer Scotland. Stuart lives with his wife Lorraine, who's also in the room, in West Lothian in Scotland, and was medically retired after spending 36 years working with the Scottish Prison and Police Services. He was diagnosed with early onset Alzheimer's disease in January 2022 at the age of 58. And this is a quote from the website which says, whilst recognising that no two people with dementia are the same, Stuart insists that although his life has certainly changed following his diagnosis, it's definitely not over. So Stuart is going to be bringing important insights from his own experience and will help set the context for today's discussions. Stuart, thank you for being here. The floor is yours.
Good morning. I'd like to start by thanking you for the generous invitation to speak today. It's a privilege to contribute to a conversation on a topic that resonates with me. I am Stuart Dougal. I was diagnosed in January 2022 with early onset dementia, Alzheimer's subtype, at the age of 58. At that time, I was literally in freefall. Although, knowing what I know now, with the right advice and support, you can live well with a diagnosis of dementia, and you quickly realise you are not alone. There you go. One of my main turning points was reaching out to Alzheimer's Scotland. Shortly thereafter, I joined the Scottish Dementia Working Group, and this year it was an honour to join the European Working Group of People with Dementia. After joining the Scottish Dementia Working Group in 2022, I signed up to various research studies, both online and face-to-face. The online studies included Joint Dementia Research and the Great Minds, which connects registered volunteers with dementia researchers across the UK. The face-to-face being with the Scottish Brain Sciences and the Anne Ryland Clinic, both based in Edinburgh. One of the reasons I participate in research is to share my perspective and experiences. By doing this, it can help researchers to understand the condition more fully, and hopefully this ensures studies reflect the real challenges that we face. Lived experience can offer insight, expertise, and often solutions. It can also reveal gaps that might otherwise go unnoticed. I do believe that it's important for the advancement in research that across the board, major players share information. As for me, the sharing of information isn't just about efficiency, it's about working smarter. I certainly have no issues about my data being shared, but I also want it to be safe and secure. I do, however, feel that we need to stop undertaking studies in silos, as this would cut down the amount of duplication that takes place. I do appreciate that this view may be controversial, but I must emphasise that this cannot and should not be at the cost of privacy and confidentiality. I think it's important to be informed how your data is going to be used, who's actually going to see it, if it can be linked back to you, or indeed, will it be passed on to a third party? Yes, I appreciate that the data could potentially fall into wrong hands, but the overarching consideration for me is that whether it will help those walking in our footsteps. In summary, for me, the benefits outweigh the risks attached to sharing. However, from my experience, it's the trust that is built up from that very first meeting that you have. It's from the time spent with you, talking you through the retrospective forms, taking you through the different steps and stages, and explaining in detail what is going to take place. All this goes into making you feel as if you're actually going to be part of the process, and therefore forms a trust in the whole process. Yes, there obviously has to be transparent data governance, a clear consent process, and international standards for privacy and ethics. Speaking as someone who's had several MRI scans, lumbar punctures, and other procedures, if that data were shared across the research and medical communities, many of those could have been avoided. Not only would that reduce the burden on the person with dementia, but just as importantly, it would also reduce the impact on the carer supporter who's inevitably always accompanying us. I see this way of working as not only saving money, but saving time, energy, and freeing up equipment and appointments for others. An example of this: on a recent visit to an ophthalmology department at the local hospital for a glaucoma assessment, the doctor was able to check one of my previous MRI scans, which was shared by the Anne Ryland Clinic. This scan actually identified that I have optical nerve damage in my right eye. This is something that I was totally unaware of, but importantly, the doctor was able to make a final assessment there and then. Without any further delay, I was prescribed the relevant drops. In summary, smarter collaboration means fewer repeated tests, less strain on families or loved ones, and more meaningful progress for everyone affected by dementia. One of the benefits of using Registry is that by using standardised data, it can and should monitor changes over time. As we all know, with dementia, we are all going to deteriorate at various stages of our journey. This could also allow for future planning, including our care. Far too often, it can seem that we are asked to give, not just our blood, etc., but our valuable time. I ask, what do we actually get back in return? I personally would like to see larger sample sizes and trials across a greater landscape, looking at how treatments work in real life, across different ages, genders, communities, cultures and backgrounds. How do treatments impact on medication that we're already taken? Far too often, I feel the person is overlooked in preference to a score or a number achieved in a cognitive test. To me, one of the telling factors is how do our loved ones and friends feel we are managing. I think the majority of us tend to underplay the answer to that question, but I can honestly say my wife will tell you as it is. Another example is a friend of mine who's slightly older than me was having cognitive issues around the same time as I was. He downplayed it, but it was his wife that kept pushing for him to go to the doctors. He kept passing the recognised ACE test with ease, I may add. Therefore, the doctor wouldn't refer him for any scans. This is despite his wife informing them that he was really struggling with daily life and his cognitive condition was deteriorating. And after a number of visits and perseverance from his wife, he finally was sent for a scan and was diagnosed with Alzheimer's. After my diagnosis, I was prescribed donepezil, and I was told it would be likely effective for 12 to 18 months. In Scotland, once you're diagnosed with dementia, that's often it, with no annual follow-up appointments. Now, nearly 4 years on, I'm still taking the same medication every night, and unless something drastically changes, or even a change in strategy, I'll still be more than likely taking those until my last days. If you were receiving periodic assessments, it may be medically established that the drugs no longer are effective, which I believe is an important factor, not only taking into consideration the cost implications, but as we move into the landscape of new drugs, especially if they require a supported infrastructure in place. In summary, it is important to collect data which is useful and purposeful, ensuring confidentiality, anonymity, and its security. Anonymised data could then be shared with other parties to encourage other people like myself and those with no diagnosis to take part in the studies. It is essential that they are made aware of the security put in place to protect their personal data and hopefully be informed how their information is being used. With regards to the progress in research and in recent times, the new drug treatments becoming available, although sadly, and despite Alzheimer Scotland's best efforts, the Scottish Medicines Consortium did not approve either lecanemab or donanemab for use by the health service in Scotland. Alzheimer Scotland hosted a number of public engagement sessions to gather the views and opinions of people living with dementia and their families and carers, and availability of and access to drug treatments for dementia. Just as the experiences of dementia are unique and individual, the responses received were also wide and varied. The responses reflected a range of views and opinions. Alzheimer Scotland considered the responses under 3 broad themes, which were hope, choice, fairness. Hope. The key findings included that these new advances bring in hope for the future. Hope for treatment to improve quality of life, with research and future opportunities in the hope of making new breakthroughs that ultimately lead to a cure, and hope in ensuring that people can look to the future with optimism. Choice. People with dementia want to have a choice about how they treat their condition. People want access to information that enables them to determine if one of these new generation drugs is right for them. People want to have the right to the decision about whether or not they choose to access a treatment. Now that's assuming they meet the eligibility criteria. Technology is great when it works. Fairness. People with dementia want to be treated fairly. They want to challenge stigma and discrimination associated with dementia that paints them or their opportunities in a negative way. People recognise the funding challenges facing the health service, but they believe that dementia should be also seen as a priority. And also, people believe that it is fair to expect people with dementia to pay for their treatment when they already face a burden of cost towards their care. As we move forward, other key priorities for the future we have to consider. Dementia must be prioritised by decision makers. The impact on dementia on individuals, communities, and society is huge. But new drug treatments to provide the opportunity to transform dementia care. We need collective response from policymakers, healthcare systems and providers, and researchers to ensure that the care and treatment of people living with dementia is prioritised and that those affected by this condition are afforded every opportunity to live well with their condition. We must welcome new drug treatments in a wider environment of early interventions. Drug treatments cannot stand alone. They must be embedded within an inclusive framework of care that includes a range of interventions to ensure a holistic model of care. Integrated support systems and person-centred approaches to care that combine drug treatments and therapeutic support offer greater benefits to address wider aspects of well-being. We must develop effective processes and structures to develop new treatments. New treatments need robust processes and infrastructure to support their delivery. People with dementia cannot be left behind because the health service is not prepared to deliver these new opportunities, so they need to invest for the future. An implementation plan is required to ensure that Scotland is well placed to support the delivery of these new dementia treatments. We must develop effective early diagnostic pathways and resource access to early diagnosis. Timely and accurate diagnosis has always been important for ensuring that people living with dementia can access the care and support they need, but it is now critical that they can access an early diagnosis to ensure that they can benefit from emerging treatments and interventions. It is vital that more is done to promote awareness of the importance of early detection and implementation to minimise delays in diagnosis. We must explore and encourage new opportunities through research. Ongoing research is crucial for advancing the understanding, prevention and treatment of dementia. There is undoubtedly an appetite among the dementia community to pursue new opportunities that focus on the development of disease-modifying therapies. So, a collaborative approach to funding and delivering dementia research is needed to accelerate progress. With many people living with lived experience open to participation and engagement in research opportunities, now is the time to promote opportunities for innovation that could see the development of the next steps that lead to a cure for dementia. As I near the end of my presentation, I suggest that we need a registry in health systems that review, reassess, and adapt, not just a culture of prescribe and forget. I'd like to thank you for giving me the opportunity to share my views, although I know they echo the feelings of many. It is important to value every voice and ensure that everyone is heard. So thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Stuart and Angela, for this first presentation. I will now hand over to my co-chair. It's Dr. Patrice Verpia. He is a specialist, is a medical doctor and a specialist in epidemiology, and is currently the head of the real-world evidence workstream at the European Medicines Agency. So Patrice, please over to you to take us forward in the program. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Hula, and thanks a lot for having shared your life with Alzheimer's disease since the diagnosis at the age of 58, and your willingness also to share data in a trusted and transparent way. And I think I will keep for always these 3 words of hope, choice, and fairness that should all guide us. So thanks a lot. So I'd like to introduce now the next speaker that will talk about Alzheimer's disease and the current therapies, so Marion Haberkamp. Marion is a medical doctor and specialist in internal medicines with a neurological and psychiatric background. After working as a clinical senior assessor in the field of CNS, she has been head of the unit Neurology, Psychiatry and Ophthalmology at the Federal Institute of Drugs and Medical Devices, BfArM in Germany, since 2017. Since 2025, she is also the vice chair, of the Central Nervous System Working Party at the European Medicines Agency, and as such is involved in the drafting of regulatory guidelines. She's also expert of the Scientific Advice Working Party, the SWOP, where she has experience in providing centralized advice on neurological and psychiatric drugs development, and has participated in multiple qualification procedures on innovative methods in the context of research and development. Marion, please.
Yes, thank you very much for the nice introduction. Good morning, everybody here in the room, also online, to the people online. Well, I would like to give you an introduction on Alzheimer's disease and the current therapies. With this complex disease, how can I do it in 20 minutes? Let's see if it works out, but please be prepared for a very dense presentation. So let's get started. So this is first my disclaimer. So I don't have any conflicts of interest. Everything is publicly available, and the content of the talk is my own. The content is that I will start first with the background, including the epidemiology of Alzheimer's disease and the unmet medical need. I will discuss a little bit the available therapies with a focus on amyloid antibodies, which is not a surprise since we have recent licensings. From there, I will deduce the knowledge gaps we do have and discuss a little bit how registries and real-world data may help in this situation. So now I come to the background. Everybody is aware of the, let's go, it doesn't move back. Yeah, of the increasing societal burden of dementia. So in 2021, 57 million people worldwide had dementia. That amounted in the European Union to 8 million people, and 60 to 80% had Alzheimer's disease, which is the most common neurodegenerative dementia. And the numbers of people with dementia in Europe will almost double by 2015. And the costs are enormous, $1.3 trillion US, and approximately 50% of these costs are attributable to care provided by informal carers, which is enormous. And women are disproportionately affected. In this situation, EMA is dedicated to expedite development in Alzheimer's disease. So in November 2024, we already issued the Horizon Scanning Report, which you can find on the EMA website. We do have the regulatory guidelines, the guideline on the clinical investigation of Alzheimer's disease. However, this is from 2018 and already outdated since the licensing of Leqembi and Kisunla and recent developments. So in this situation, we already started to draft a concept paper on the need for revision of the Alzheimer's disease guideline, which is issued for public consultation since August this year. And the drafting group of the Alzheimer's disease guideline had already started working with distinguished members from the network. And we do have multiple scientific advice procedures, qualification procedures, and now we come up here with the AD patient registry workshop, which is very important exercise. I will now tell you a little bit about Alzheimer's disease. So we had a case report at the end of the last century with the famous patient Auguste Deter, described by the German psychiatrist and neuropathologist Alois Alzheimer. And already he detected in the brain of this patient strange structures, the plaques. However, the background of this disease was largely unknown until we came up 100 years later with the amyloid cascade hypothesis, which is the prevailing hypothesis. And here we do have quite simply a line. So we have the mutations, and then the toxic amyloid beta peptides form extracellularly, which finally lead to the neurofibrillary tangles intracellularly. That leads to neural loss and the full-blown picture of Alzheimer's disease. But the cascade is not that easy. It is largely influenced by factors. For example, aging is one important risk factor for the development of Alzheimer's disease. We do have other risk factors, the environmental risk factors, especially in sporadic Alzheimer's disease, which influence the course. And we have genetic risk factors, the ApoE4, with increasing risk for patients. And however, this is really not that easy, and we have relevant several other multiple pathways beyond amyloid and tau, which influence the disease. So we have the neuroinflammation, synaptic processes, gut-brain axis has been discussed. So most likely it's a combination of several mechanisms of actions, and the future will most likely be combination therapies. However, despite all these uncertainties, there is a consensus that Alzheimer's disease declines across a continuum versus normal aging. So we start at the preclinical disease, which starts 20 years, almost 20 years before the clinical picture appears. Then we come to MCI or prodromal Alzheimer's disease with slight subjective, then objective cognitive impairment. Then the functional impairment appears with mild dementia and increasing loss of independence throughout the cascade to moderate and severe Alzheimer's disease. And the most recent developments focused on the early Alzheimer's disease, MCI due to Alzheimer's disease, and mild Alzheimer's disease dementia. However, there's also increasing interest in prevention strategies, and developments are moving in the preclinical Alzheimer's disease, as we do have the notion that the earlier we intervene, the better the outcome will be. And however, for this to be really possible, we need some markers beyond the clinical pictures. And these have been defined by Jack in 2018. It's the Alzheimer's disease biomarker profile, amyloid, tau, and neurodegeneration, the ATN profile. And within the cascade, we in the Alzheimer's continuum, we do have increasing numbers of biomarkers which are then impaired. So starting with first the amyloid, and when the tau comes into play, the continuum moves forward, and then we just finally have the neurodegeneration with a full-blown picture. However, these biomarkers are not yet incorporated in the diagnostic clinical criteria, and they are not mentioned in DSM-5 nor in the ICD-11, but we do have them in the research criteria. And there are several research criteria out there, the NIA criteria by the American Alzheimer's Association, and the IWG criteria with the International Working Group from Europe. And these are constantly refined with the most recent update in 2024. And here are important differences. The AAA criteria accept that a biomarker positive cognitively normal person can be diagnosed with Alzheimer's disease. So we have a pure biological definition. This is different in the European criteria, where a biomarker positive cognitively normal person cannot be diagnosed with Alzheimer's disease. It is a person at risk of Alzheimer's disease unless there are certain constellation of biomarkers where the certainty is increased, and we have then a pre-symptomatic Alzheimer's disease patient. So important differences in these criteria. And this is just to illustrate that amyloid and tau positive cognitively unimpaired individuals are at high risk for future cognitive decline. And that was nicely found out by and described by Ossenkoppler and examinations. So we can see here, if we move across the cascade in the preclinical, the more the tau comes into play, the higher the risks get. And if the tau is in the mediotemporal lobe, the risk increases, and if it moves then to a neocortex, there's almost a certainty that this patient will soon develop the Alzheimer's disease. And also for the IWG criteria, the presumed risk for progression level rises when both the A and the tau biomarkers are positive. And this is also important for the identification of patients in prevention trials. Now I come to the available therapies. So this is the Alzheimer's disease pipeline, the drug development pipeline, which looks quite impressive, described in 2025 by Cummings. So we have 182 trials and 138 novel drugs, and the Alzheimer's disease drug development pipeline is diverse with agents that address 15 basic disease processes. By the way, I will not focus on the neuropsychiatric symptoms of Alzheimer's disease, which is also a very important part, but that is really due to time constraints, so that I will not highlight these development programs. So the 2025 Alzheimer's disease drug development pipeline has more trials and more drugs than the 2024 pipeline, which had, I think, 164 trials. And biomarkers play an important role in current trials to determine trial eligibility and as outcomes of trials. And there are some repurposed agents as well. In contrast to this, the available treatments, it looks quite sobering. So we have in the late 1990s, the cholinesterase inhibitors for mild and moderate dementia. Then we had licensed the memantine, the NMDA receptor antagonist for moderate dementia and severe dementia. And now there's some light on the horizon. We have in 2025 the amyloid antibodies, lecanemab and donanemab. And I go a little bit more into these details now. These both products are developed within the amyloid cascade hypothesis. There are several antibodies which were studied. Lecanemab and donanemab were finally successful. They have a slightly different mechanism of action. Please keep that in mind, that it might be a little bit important later. So the lecanemab binds to the protofibrils and the donanemab binds to the plaques. And both drugs showed good target engagement, so that they did what they should do. They lowered the amyloid, described by Van Dijk in 2023, and also for the donanemab by Sims also in 2023. But as we learned, the biomarkers are not sufficient, so they cleared the biomarkers, but we also need clinical endpoints. And that was shown for lecanemab in the Clarity study, which was statistically significant, showed the slowing of the decline in important cognitive endpoints. The CDR sum box changed from baseline. It was positive and statistically significant, not only in the overall population, but also in the non-carrier and heterozygous ApoE4 carrier. So please also keep that in mind, which is also important for the final licensing. Similar situation in the Trailblazer ALT study for donanemab, slightly different primary endpoints, the instrumental Alzheimer's disease rating scale, but also the CDR sum boxes showed similar effect sizes in comparison to lecanemab. And to cut a long story short, everybody knows what happened. So after re-examination, both products got finally licensed for the treatment of early Alzheimer's disease, mild cognitive impairment, mild dementia due to Alzheimer's disease with a confirmed amyloid pathology. However, this is always a benefit-risk decision, and I highlighted here in red, they are licensed only for patients who are apolipoprotein non-carriers or heterozygous. So that was for safety reasons. And I will focus here only on the amyloid-related imaging abnormalities, the ARIA, which comprise the hemorrhages, the ARIA H, and the edema, the ARIA E. And the pathophysiology behind this is that brain parenchymal plaques are associated with gradual loss of cerebral vascular integrity and reduced perivascular clearance. And in patients with pre-existing amyloid beta vascular pathology, anti-amyloid immunization may temporarily increase the vascular vulnerability due to breakdown of plaques in response to immunization, and the incidence of ARIA, including, unfortunately, the incidence of severe and fatal cases, correlated with the presence and the number of the ApoE4 alleles. And that finally led to the licensing and the exclusion of treatment of early Alzheimer's disease patients who are homozygous for ApoE4. So only patients who are not homozygous for ApoE4 should be treated. And this is indeed also a class effect across the amyloid antibodies. All of them, the aducanumab, donanemab, lecanemab, have ARIA problems and within slightly different percentages. And what we need in this situation are risk minimization measures. Both medicines, Leqembi and Kisunla, are subject to controlled access programs. They can only be prescribed when all risk minimization measures are in place, and that most likely leads to distribution to pre-selected centers with multidisciplinary teams. We do have contraindications. I listed here the most important ones: pre-treatment MRI findings of prior intracerebral hemorrhages, more than 4 microhemorrhages, and superficial siderosis of vasogenic edema, or other findings which are suggestive of cerebral amyloid angiopathy are a contraindication. Patients with bleeding disorders are contraindicated, and patients should not be treated who are receiving ongoing anticoagulant therapy. These are the most important ones. There are other ones. And we need mandatory regular MRI monitoring. There's a healthcare professional guide and checklist. There's a patient alert card. And in case of Kisunla, a modified titration regimen came into play. And we do have past studies which are foreseen and which are currently being discussed. So from here, I would like to introduce the knowledge gaps. So it is, of course, the long-term safety. Safety and risk minimization measures are obviously needed. For the antibodies, we know that especially the long-term consequences of ARIA are not yet known. The effects on cognition that might also be there. There's also some brain atrophy that is being discussed where the mechanism is not yet clear. So this needs to be monitored. For other products, other safety issues might be key. And then also what we don't know is how long should be treated. That is not only a safety issue, but also maybe an efficacy issue. When we look at lecanemab, we find in the SMPC treatment should be discontinued once the patient progresses to moderate Alzheimer's disease. Well, clear. So then the treatment failed, the disease progresses. And the similar is in donanemab. Patients, it should be stopped if patients progress to moderate Alzheimer's disease. Here the situation is a little bit different because due to the mechanism of action, the plaques are cleared, and there's a nice publication by Sims who described that after 18 months, almost 80% had a clearance of amyloid, and if amyloid is not there, no treatment is necessary. So it should be stopped, and that we can find in the donanemab SMPC. The maximum treatment duration should be 18 months, and which should not be exceeded, even if the plaques clearance is not confirmed, since we don't have data on that. And the benefit risk of treatment should be reassessed at regular intervals on an individual basis. With Leqembi, the situation is a little bit different because there the protofibrils are attacked, so they reform continuously. So there are longer treatments might be possible once the patient progresses to moderate Alzheimer's disease. However, it should be stopped. So this is another knowledge gap. Beside the safety and risk minimization measures, the long-term treatment strategy, including criteria for discontinuation and retreatment, for example, based on the data of amyloid reaccumulation. And now I come finally to a very important point, the prevention strategies. So if you look at the Horizon scanning report on Alzheimer's disease, we can find here that in line with the CNS working plan, a consistent approach to studying the asymptomatic phase of neurodegenerative diseases is highly needed, and it is recommended that we should engage into discussions how to investigate preclinical asymptomatic Alzheimer's disease in order to allow the development of preventive approaches. This is already undertaken, by the way. So we have the A4 study, which unfortunately failed to show significant cognitive benefit after 4.5 years of treatment of solanezumab in preclinical Alzheimer's disease. There are different reasons why this might have happened. However, there's hope on the horizon. There's the HEAD study of lecanemab. It's two studies in preclinical Alzheimer's disease, which is ongoing. And we have the Trailblazer ALZ3 study of donanemab in preclinical Alzheimer's disease, which is ongoing, which targets a population with slightly in between the A4 population and the Alzheimer ALZ2 study of donanemab, so an earlier population. There are other approaches out there. The finger studies I would like to mention, which is a Swedish-Finnish endeavor, so where preventive strategies like lifestyle factors, diet, exercise, cognitive training, and the management of vascular risk factors are being studied, and they have an influence, and they constantly publish their findings, and the exercise is ongoing. And I would also like to point out the dementia prevention in memory clinics, which is nicely described in a publication by Frisoni and the European Task Force for Brain Health Services, how to handle it and how to start already with preventive exercises. So the third pillar that we need to discuss today between safety and risk minimization measures, the long-term treatment strategies, is the prevention of symptomatic Alzheimer's disease, including in patients with subtle detectable abnormalities, but no functional impairment. And that leads over to a question which we might discuss in this afternoon. How can we include asymptomatic individuals in registries if they are not identified unless they have one of the autosomal dominant or genetic forms, or are included in studies with secondary prevention objectives? So very important point, and that is some food for thought, and which is this I would like to close my presentation, and thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Marion, for giving us this background. It's really setting the scene for our further discussions very nicely, and you're also leaving us with some interesting questions. So we will now continue with various stakeholders' perspectives on the real-world evidence generation. And these will be quite short presentations, and we hope that we will manage to keep the time for all of those. But I will first introduce the presentation from industry, and that is a shared presentation by Dr. Elise Grace from Eli Lilly and Company. Dr. Grace is a pharmacoepidemiologist coming with a degree from the University of Michigan, and she has been working at least 15 years with designing and implementing observation and post-authorization safety studies. And the co-presenter in this first little session is Pamela Dobey, and Dr. Pamela Dobey is director in Biogen's Statistical Sciences and Evidence Generation Unit, and Dr. Dobey also has a long experience in this type of data generation. So Pamela and Elise, please, over to you to give your perspective on the question we have for today.
Good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to co-present the industry perspective on how to shape fit-for-purpose registries in Alzheimer's disease. So here are our disclosures, and let's see if technology cooperates. There. Okay, it's a little bit fast, but slow in going back. Okay, so Our goals today are to present an overview of evidence gaps that may be addressed with patient registry data, to discuss lessons learned and opportunities from the registry-based post-authorization study pilots that were conducted from 2016 to 2017 after the 2015 initiative, and of course, to agree on general recommendations and principles for determining core data elements, key operational features, and collaboration modalities to ensure that data generated in registries are fit for regulatory purpose. So this audience is probably very informed on the various evidence generation needs that disease registries can serve. The decisions made based on RWE generated from registry data, however, are associated with various levels of risk. The conduct of post-marketing regulatory studies, for instance, ultimately stem from the need for industry to comply with EU regulation. Thus, for such use cases where the stakes associated with both false positives and false negatives are high, the requirements for a fit-for-purpose RWD source are stringent. If there was to be one AD registry that is fit for purpose across multiple evidence generation activities, including those of a regulatory nature, it's critical that they fulfill minimum requirements in data reliability and relevance, while co-evolving and scaling with the disease area, the regulatory landscape, and the technology landscape. When we focus on regulatory use cases like post-authorization safety and post-authorization efficacy studies, the question is, what makes a real-world data source fit for purpose? Two essentials, relevance and reliability. Relevance means more than outcomes measures. We need to understand confounding and bias. Reliability means we need to trust that the data is accurate, complete, consistent across sites, and coherent. We also need to be confident that any changes that have been made to the data, whether corrections or transformation steps, are traceable. The challenge: registries vary in purpose and design. If the registry protocol doesn't align, for instance, with the regulatory study, will these differences make some data elements more sparse? Will the registry's processes to monitor protocol adherence to active assessments be sufficient to ensure objective, consistent, and timely recording of underlying outcomes and confounders? Will the registry documentation sufficiently allow us to understand if the trends we get from individual contributing sites are diametrically opposite? In the 2016-2017 registry-based PASS pilots, registries met fitness for purpose criteria based on qualitative assessments. These registries may still meet fitness for purpose criteria if we apply the checklist and the EMA guideline on registry-based studies. However, it was at the point of analysis that gaps were revealed because we don't have direct access to the data from the registries, just aggregate data. Here, we map these challenges against dimensions and metrics of the EMA data quality framework. Serious adverse events were underreported. Incidence rates differed by triple-digit percentages compared to hospitalization data. We also saw MedRec coding issues arising at the level of programming, training, and coding, and thus creating inconsistencies in safety reporting. Ultimately, the conclusions drawn from RWD from registries in these past pilots contextualized and generalized conclusions drawn from a product registry which we needed for REMS. Today, we're addressing these lessons in chronic disease by prioritizing registries that allow data linkage, like to hospitalization or cancer records, and embedding data quality indicators in the deliverables. Now, a challenge remains. How do we show when including patient registry data creates more questions than answers, or more risks than benefits for a study? That's an aspect that I hope will be discussed in this workshop today, and I'll now hand over to Elsie to share what's changed since those pilots.
Thank you, Pam. Making an AD registry fit for purpose across multiple evidence generation activities requires investments in 4 domains that underpin data reliability and relevance. Development of these domains should be guided by 3 key principles. First is establishing well-defined objectives to ensure that when executed, the registry generates data and insights that directly address the intended aims. Second, we must prioritize internal validity throughout the registry development. Expanding the scope too broadly can undermine the quality of the evidence. Third, recognize that different evidence needs have different levels of risk. A registry may consider starting with lower risk objectives such as drug utilization until infrastructure is in place to support higher risk objectives. To ensure a registry is fit for purpose for safety studies, several elements within the domain shown here are essential. Given the time, I'll focus on just 4. First, within the infrastructure domain, the registry needs a strong data capture system with built-in quality measures and audit trails. Second, in the process domain, strong documentation assures that analyses align with the data structure and that interpretations are grounded in the data origins and limitations. Third, from the data domain, the core data must be captured consistently and reliably. Without this, even a well-designed study will struggle to produce meaningful results. And finally, in the methods and deliverables domain, timeliness is critical. For a sponsor to commit to a study, all registry components must be operational within regulated timelines for protocol development, data collection, and reporting. This slide outlines fitness for purpose principles to guide the evaluation of drug safety in Alzheimer's disease. Since there's a safety breakout session this afternoon, I won't go into depth here. The key message is that any registry used for drug safety work should reflect the principles on the previous slide. Importantly, choosing a registry for a safety evaluation requires careful consideration to ensure that the registry's objectives and capabilities align with the study goals. Now I would like to share how we propose using 2 complementary registries to meet requirements for a Category 1 pass evaluating the real-world safety of donanemab. A Category 1 pass is imposed as a condition of marketing authorization, so as Pam mentioned, the stakes are high. Because ARIA is a known risk of anti-amyloid therapies and is not reliably captured in secondary data sources, primary data collection through a registry is essential. When we assess the existing landscape, we found many registries, though none offered regulatory grade rigor and population breadth required, while also being available on regulatory timelines. To address this, we partnered with a vendor-led, non-competitive Alzheimer's drug registry and also supported a developing clinical practice-based disease registry. This allows us to use the vendor's established infrastructure to ensure internal validity and meet regulatory timelines, while the clinical practice-based registry provides a broader context for population generalizability and contextualization of the ARIA events. Together, this 2-pronged approach reduces fragmentation, strengthens the evidence base, and positions the clinical practice-based registry to scale for future work. For transparency, both registries are supported through industry funding. To close, I wanted to offer 3 recommendations. First, we should ensure that registries have well-defined objectives that evolve with the science, treatment landscape, and regulatory expectations. Second, apply a risk-based approach grounded in fitness for purpose principles when selecting your data. Maintain flexibility to disengage when a data source cannot meet required scientific or operational standards. And third, registries should maintain strong foundations of data quality and scientific rigor, because these are essential for any registry intended for regulatory use. Thank you for your attention. I look forward to a productive meeting together.
Well, thank you very much indeed for this summary from the industry perspective. We will continue then with the perspective from the regulators in the EU or European Economic Area. And I have the pleasure to hand over to Professor Peter Moll, who comes from the Medicine Evaluation Board. Peter, you are one of the members in the CHMP from Netherlands, and you have a long experience giving in the scientific advice working party and also a lot of research in the regulatory science area. So please, Peter, over to you to give us the regulator view from the EU perspective.
Thanks, Ulla, for that present introduction. I think I start with a conflict of interest statement for regulator, maybe a bit special, but because I'm also doing a lot of research, and Tim Ramakers already alluded to the project that I want to highlight here, Horizon Europe project, where I'm the PI of More Europa, where we really look at patient registries and how they can really help better in informing regulatory and HTA decision making. That is why the slide format changes a little bit from my agency towards the project. And this is some more kind of general presentation of, let's say, where real-world data can help in understanding what we learn from clinical trials that are the mainstay of how we make decisions as regulators. And I show this slide because there's often so much on the moment of the decision making at the time that we see a drug coming for drug approval, but there's a lot going on beforehand in when do you move from phase 2 to phase 3? What can you do with this? How can you de-risk that kind of decisions? And what is registry data helping us there? Also the design of trials. And obviously, as also my colleagues already on the left-hand side showed, that you can also use registry data, obviously, to inform public health kind of questions. Still, around licensing, that is where the real critique is, obviously, and the emphasis on, can we really understand that kind of data coming from an external data source to help us understand what we see in trial data really inform us? Here's an example from oncology, but also, and I will come to that in the Alzheimer's, there were data from patient registries presented. Post-licensing, obviously, also an important topic today. We want to look at the long-term benefit risk. And old questions, I think, are also on our forefront. How representative have these trials been for populations that we are ultimately going to treat? We might not be so concerned if there's no effect modification or no concern. But as you can see on these slides, there are exclusion criteria. And if you see on the top slide, these are the different types of exclusion criteria were applied to in the trials, and how prevalent these are in the diseased population, because they are compared to the patient registry population. And then if you see below, up to 40% of patients had 4 or more exclusion criteria in the real world for that specific trial. So the project that I'm leading, and where I'm collaborating with lots of very clever people, including Jan Hilles, Carla Torre, here also today, all present. Some of the people of the advisory board are here as well. And I think what is important is that we really try to understand, okay, where can we use this richness of data from existing patient registries, so not per se the drug registries, but really those that have been developed to follow patients in clinical practice, to help us understand, okay, what do biomarkers mean, and how can we really decide early on what could be a successful development. Also, I think important is then this efficacy effectiveness modeling in the broad population, and using, let's say, very modern state-of-the-art developments like the target trial emulation to really perform these studies. And I think also the point that Stuart made on, okay, these data sharing is important, but it cannot go at the cost of, let's say, our privacy and our own roles. And I think one of the solutions, obviously, in the technical part, the federated inferences that we do here, but also I think it's important to really study in a project like this, where can we inform patients that they really understand what are you doing with their data. So we have e-learnings on a page developed with the EMSP, so the European Multiple Sclerosis Federation. That is one of the case studies, really on helping patients understand what are they doing with our data, and really what does it mean if they talk about real world data and help regulatory decision making. So this is the figure coming back to my regulatory background and the slide that I obviously used from the EMA in where can we use trial data. And there's a box around the representativeness and validity of completed studies. That is what I showed in the general representativeness. But important, obviously, also, as was mentioned by Marion Haberkamp already, that we have this controlled access program. So we ultimately also want to see that the drugs are utilized in the way they were planned. And I think the most important ones are now really, we are concerned with the areas and potential bleeds. Can we really monitor this well? Are the MRIs that are being described, are they being performed? And more importantly, can we look also at the effectiveness and the safety of these studies, that these areas or bleeds are being prevented, and that we also get an understanding better of the disease progression over long term. And this is another one which I really think is important for us as regulators. When we look at data coming from real world, we always want to see that these are pre-specified plans. So this is a rare tumor where the real world data is used from external data sources, but it's really around these data should be planned beforehand and not only data driven. And then obviously always a discussion on can we really sufficiently control for confounding. In the Alzheimer's dossiers that we saw, this is from the lecanemab EPAR, the European Public Assessment Report, where we looked at predictions of also how long clinical events would be prevented. So as Stuart also said, it's nice that we have a cognition scale as an endpoint, but what does it do on moving to, let's say, the next stage of the disease? And we saw here a prediction using external data from the ATNI cohort on describing how patients would fare. And I think important to mention is that this had lots of uncertainties. Here we were as regulators really talking, what do we understand beyond the 18 months or the 36 months for the open label extension, because formal statistical comparisons cannot actually be made. Even what was very impressive is that the ATNI natural history cohort very much overlapped with the placebo, but there are issues with unverifiable models and assumptions that were made that made that extrapolation very difficult to look at the over time. Importantly also, and I think that's a part of the discussion perhaps in the afternoon, is that this missing data is considerable. And I think the colleagues from the industry also highlighted that these data, are they really regulatory grade? So my conclusions are, well, I think registry data can definitely complement our trial data. They can describe natural history, they give us a good clinical context of the situation. All patients that with Alzheimer's are in principle can be captured in those settings. And for long-term safety primarily, but also efficacy, we can follow these patients. But really need for those endpoints to be looked at, and that these studies are pre-planned in a transparent way, captured in the EMA real-world data catalog. If you have a protocol, obviously you can come for the scientific advice interaction, but also design these studies in really the way that we look for in target trial emulation, probably well documented. And if you have a registry, you could also consider coming for that qualification procedure, which is offered as a way of validating, let's say, what you have. But ultimately, I think also it's really seeing that it's in combination with a full clinical development that is also based obviously on one at least long-term pivotal RCT. So that is what I wanted to contribute. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Peter, for this further input from the EU regulatory side. We will next listen to input from a non-EU regulator, and this is from Dr. Teresa Borraccio, who is director at the Office of Neuroscience at the Center of Drug Evaluation and Research at the FDA in the US. And Dr. Borraccio has been at the FDA for more than 15 years. He has a medical degree and a specialist in neurology. And I think this is a pre-recorded presentation. So please, over to Emma to show this.
I'm Teresa Baracchio, Director of the Office of Neuroscience in the Center for Drug Evaluation and Research at FDA, and I'll briefly discuss my views on the regulatory uses of real-world data, and specifically in drug development for Alzheimer's disease. In general, we use the term real-world data to describe data collected from non-interventional studies that reflects routine medical practice, and real-world evidence is the evidence generated from that data. Regulatory agencies have a long history of using real-world data to characterize the safety of approved products in the post-marketing setting, and also to characterize other aspects of use of the product, such as frequency of use, differences in effects in different subpopulations, and also off-label uses. However, the ability to use this data to establish effectiveness of a therapy is challenging. In drug development, real-world data is most commonly used to inform the design of therapeutic development programs and clinical trials. For example, the data may be used to understand standard of care and to inform selection of a study population, clinical outcomes of interest, and design elements such as the duration of the study and frequency of assessment. More recently, FDA has leveraged real-world data as confirmatory evidence to provide substantiation of efficacy for study results from single, adequate, and well-controlled studies. In limited situations where it is not feasible or ethical to conduct a randomized controlled study, FDA may consider the use of real-world data, such as rigorously and systematically collected data from natural history studies, as an external control. Such studies require a thoughtful, prospective design with careful consideration of appropriate controls and pre-specification of analytical methods to minimize biases. One thing real-world data should generally not be used for is to try to save a negative, adequate, and well-controlled study. In the absence of a strong scientific justification, it is very unlikely that a comparison of the study results to real-world data would be considered more appropriate than the pre-specified analyses in the adequate and well-controlled study. There are many common problems that we encounter in our regulatory reviews with real-world data, and I've listed a number of them here. Poor data quality and lack of pre-specification of a study protocol or analysis plan are the two most common problems that we see. At a minimum, these lead to unreliable and biased analyses, and at the worst, these issues can render analyses completely uninterpretable. For sporadic Alzheimer's disease, randomized controlled trials remain the standard to establish the effectiveness of a therapy. Real-world data may be used to inform the design of clinical trials or allow for characterization of a product's effects in the post-marketing setting. We have not yet used real-world data as confirmatory evidence for a drug approval in Alzheimer's disease to date. FDA is also open to the use of real-world data to inform the use of a drug in well-defined genetic populations, such as dominantly inherited Alzheimer's disease. As previously noted, post-marketing data may be useful to characterize the effects of the drug with continued use and in a broader population than was studied in clinical trials. The most informative data for regulatory use comes from sources with systematic and standardized collection of data based on a study protocol that specifies the assessments to be collected and outcomes of interest, such as well-designed natural history studies or registries. Assessments to be collected will depend on the objective of the study. For the approved amyloid-directed monoclonal antibodies, FDA issued a post-marketing requirement, or PMR, to conduct an observational study to assess safety outcomes. The post-marketing requirement language is shown here. The requirement is to conduct a registry-based prospective observational study to evaluate clinical safety outcomes among Alzheimer's disease patients treated with these drugs. The language is very specific about the outcomes that will be assessed and other important patient characteristics that must be collected. I know that one of the interests in today's meeting is the ability to use registries to assess the duration of dosing of these drugs. As the primary objective of this study is for safety, it is unclear at this time to what extent the data collected from these registries will be informative for characterizing the duration of dosing needed to maintain a benefit beyond the 18 months studied in the clinical trials. I would like to end this presentation by noting that FDA has many ongoing regulatory activities and numerous guidance documents on real-world data and real-world evidence, and those can be found on the agency's website at the link that I've provided here. Thank you.
So thank you very much. We will then continue with the next presentation, and this is from the Health Technology Assessment Body in Sweden. It is Niklas Hedberg, who is the chief pharmacist at TLV in Sweden, who will give this presentation. And Niklas has been working with reimbursements and health technology assessments for 25 years. So Niklas, please, over to you.
Thank you, Ola. Thank you, and thank you for inviting me. Apologies for not being able to be on site or be with you the full day today, but really great to be here. I felt a bit awkward when I prepared my few slides, because I thought there must be something newer to show, but now I realize that a few of the speakers, starting with Emer Cook this morning, actually have looked back at least 10 years and some even longer, so I don't feel so alone anymore. I based this on a joint report from Swedish agencies that was published 9 years ago, and will give my perspective of where we were then and where we are right now. So I can take the next slide. I think we woke up after we, the payers and policymakers, after the hepatitis C, and realized we are just out of the fire, and we will get into it again, because we saw that Alzheimer's were coming, and we were afraid it was the perfect storm. It was even bigger, and we came together. I think we have eased that up a little bit now. But that will be on my next slide, which is one where I will linger a bit longer. Also, once again, then almost 10-year-old basis in 4 categories. So far we are aligned with with the developers. But this is from a report where the Medical Products Agency, so Ulla's agency was in charge of holding the pen, but it was a joint effort by a number of different stakeholders in Sweden. So at that time, we concluded the challenges are, of course, on the patient perspective, on the follow-up. I will stay most on that one because of the nature of this workshop, and also the excellent patient outlook we had this morning. But we also talked about the diagnosis perspective, the communication perspective, and the cost perspective. And to say a few words there on the diagnosis perspective, we talked about, okay, when to start the treatment, when to stop the treatment, how can we talk about equitable care? Can we actually find the diagnosing at the time? Will it be different if it's new treatment or off-label use? We've heard already this morning a lot of comments here. So when do we start? How do we find the patients? Also those that we need to include in the registries, or perhaps primarily those. When do we stop the treatment? We see that one of the drugs have an 18-month study, but not the other one, etc. Do we need to keep talking about that? The equitable care has also been mentioned, where we need to of course take care of the ethical dilemma as well, of the APOE screening and the homozygotes group, where we might have the biggest need but not the shown efficacy yet, etc. Of course, we need to make sure that we can communicate this in an efficient way. That still prevails, and I think this panel is excellent to give all the different stakeholders, or at least most of them, the perspectives, the chance to say, okay, but this is our needs, this is our expectations, this is still the high demands from our heads that we need to manage. On the cost perspective, there is still a lot to say that hasn't been mentioned so far, a lot so far. But I know that Cesar is coming after me and will also be interested to talk about how do we. It's important to value the clinical effectiveness of these drugs, but how do we look at the societal costs? How can we, from our end, start influencing the silo budgeting, which very few in the healthcare sector can actually change, but something we can see. So if we give a treatment that saves costs in another sector, how can we make sure that that is also actually transferred in the system, so that the healthcare system doesn't break and the community sector, I wouldn't say prosper, but that's not for us to decide on our own, at least. Coming back and staying again at the patient perspective in the follow-up, we knew at that time it was going to be challenging to establish data for the control group, how to involve these early patients, how to find them and how to engage with them in the registries. There has been developments there, and I know Dorota will be talking after me and after the break about what's happening in Sweden. That's one example that's close to us in Sweden, of course, but I think other things have happened as well. How do we gather high quality data both on claims? How do we know afterwards what patients have actually used? Are stop and start rules followed, etc.? We've already heard today that registries are very good, but we need also to combine them with sound clinical outcome data, etc. Are we putting enough resources in the registries that we put so many hopes on? And do we actually, have we cared enough about the PROs and the quality of life measures in the registries? So I think coming back to these questions we had unpublished in 2016 wasn't such a bad idea, and I've talked about them before. My last slide, next slide, is actually also my last. Those are the questions, or what I think that we still need to do. And yeah, please, you can click so we see all of them. I wasn't aware this was still animated. Sorry about that. So the last one will continue. One more. Continue. There we are. Continue on collaboration. So I've said a lot of these. We need to invest in the registries. I don't have any shares in registries. I work for the governmental agency, but we're gonna need it. We do already need, but we are gonna need it. We must make sure that the registries can follow up the indication and the use to see that what is in the label, if that is used, not to control, but to know, was it repurposing, was it off label, was it on label, and what happened. We must still, I think this stays, clarify the start and stop rule criteria. We need to make them well known and accepted, once again followed up in registries. This is an important part. We need to sort out if the costs, and especially those transferable costs from the municipality and care sector, can truly be avoided or rather postponed. Of course, it's tremendously important for the patient, and that needs to go into our equations on health economics. If symptoms can be postponed for 10 years. But the costing in the societal perspective is a different game if they can be avoided, or if we will have to pay for them anyway 10 years down the road. So the patient aspect, very important, shall be given full priority and full value from day one, but societal perspective, we need more information. And coming to that, connected that, we probably need to engage in more discussions about how to pay for these drugs and how to share the risks. I've mentioned handling the ethics and the need and solidarity principle. We might end up soon in situations where we have treatments that are more effective for the less severely ill patients. And by, at least in our system, by statutes, we need to give priority to those most severely severely ill with the highest needs. Also, ethics comes when it will occur when it comes to the resources in the healthcare. Do we have clinicians enough to take care of all the patients, and how to prioritize? A bit newer question that we didn't specify in 2016, but we also need data to compare the effectiveness of treatments given as a course or as continuous treatment. And I think to solve this, we need to continue the cooperation and exchange of information between different stakeholders. And my disclaimer is also perhaps that I'm also on the advisory side involved in, for example, More Europa. I try to keep at least annual contacts with Sweden, etc. So thank you very much. That I think next slide is only my thanks. It was really nice to be invited. And I'm excited to listen to the following panelists.
Thank you very much, Niklas, for providing your insights, also going back a few years in history to reflect. So now we will continue with payers' view, and this is from Dr. Cesar Hernandez from the Ministerio de Sanidad in Spain. Cesar is MD and a PhD rheumatologist, and after medical career at Madrid Hospital, you have been working at the Spanish agency and also since 2022 being the Director General for the Common Portfolio at the Spanish Ministry of Health. So over to you, Cesar.
Thank you. First of all, good morning to everyone, and apologies for not being in person in Amsterdam. Thank you for inviting us to present the payer's perspective. As it was mentioned, I was as Director General for Pharmacy at the Spanish Ministry of Health, but my presence at this workshop is in response to a kind invitation extended through the EU national competent authorities on pricing and reimbursement and public health payers, so-called NCAPRA. Next slide, please. Well, Alzheimer's disease and other dementias are typically identified as high priority health needs for all countries. However, despite a huge portfolio awaiting, this has remained the case for many years without significant progress over the past decade. One might wonder if the problem is that Alzheimer's is not a good target for pharmacological approach. However, experts agree that the pharmaceutical innovation in Alzheimer's disease is plausible, although there are significant gaps in reaching its full potential. New therapies targeting amyloid have shown a modest slowing of the disease in early stage patient, and this modest effect contrasts with a solid genetic and biological basis supporting this plausibility. What everyone agrees is that having a medicine or a couple of medicines or many other medicines possibly not the only important factor, and that systemic changes in the healthcare system and the healthcare provision are required to address the issue. So in short, cautious optimism are done, and I think this is quite important. We collectively managed to really align all perspectives such as research, access, healthcare provision, and sustainability and affordability for these medicines. Next one, please. Well, like Hamlet's, the payer's dilemma is to pay or not to pay and how much to pay. And certainly, if the price is as announced, I have to say that it would consume a significant share of the investment or expenditure. You can call it whatever you want, not just for medicines, but for the entire healthcare system. As I have mentioned, administering these treatments imply additional cost, and besides this additional cost, the clinical benefits so far are modest, and as of today, today's knowledge, and the treatments carry risks and require monitoring, which impose additional costs, as I have said. I think that in this situation, it is understandable that from the payer's perspective, it's a difficult trade-off, and we need to do something to make it possible. On the other hand, we are speaking about the disease with probably the highest burden over society. I have to say that we are paying already hundreds of millions per year for medicines for dementia, with even a more modest effect than the newer ones. And also from my side, it is important to remark that we would like to offer solutions at an affordable price for a wide range of the population, not just to pay a significant part of the budget in a restricted population on even a few patients that can, even though they can improve a lot in the disease. So take into account that the objective is this to really affect the problem in a vast majority of the patients, not in restricted population. And from my perspective, the problem is that every journey begins with the first step, and that one step is never enough. But there is no journey without this first step. So make it possible. So make possible access to this products should be a shared responsibility for everyone, for each and any of the stakeholders that are present today in this workshop. Next slide, please. Very briefly, for payers, registries have two main valuable outputs. First, to generate evidence for the real-world effectiveness and safety, which can help us to adjust the investment. Even though we have to acknowledge initially that a certain need to incentivize the development of more and better medicines is crucial, at the point that investment should be adjusted to the value of the medicines and to the number of emerging products in the landscape. So for us, having solid data coming from the real world is important in this aspect. Secondly, enforcing, I mean, as far as probably we will need to restrict first to the indication, but even probably to the performance of the medicines on the patients, enforcing eligibility criteria and reducing inappropriate use in an environment where there may be pressure for access, and even without a clear evidence of improvement, it also an important point. At individual level, it's always difficult, and we need to recognize that it's difficult to measure the slowing of the progression of any degenerative disease like this. So having this into account, having this wide perspective of access would be important in terms of pricing and having a registry. What the registry should not be is just a justification for paying a high and not justified price for a medicine, and I think we all share this view. Next, please, and I think this is my last slide. Three key messages from my side. First, I think that new Alzheimer medicine represent a paradigm shift but from the payer's perspective, this hope, it is important to recognize that comes with major challenges that need to be addressed. Sustainability, affordability, infrastructure of the healthcare system, uncertain long-term benefits, safety, and equity on access. We will need even to look at newer approaches, newer payment models, redesign care pathways, investment in diagnosis and infusion infrastructure, and in this generation for long-term evidence. And for registries, my last words is please consider also the needs for the payers, so we can align, which I think is my key message, we can align research, production, access, healthcare provision, and sustainability and affordability. And that's all from my side, and thanks again for your attention.
Thank you very much, Cesar, bringing us this perspective and also pointed to some important points in the end. We will continue now to the healthcare professional perspective, And I would like to welcome Dr. Christian Steen Fredriksen from the Danish Dementia Research Center in Denmark. He serves as a director also of the clinical trial unit at the Danish Dementia Research Center, and is the senior researcher and consultant neurologist. So Christian, please, over to you to take us through the healthcare professional perspective.
Thank you very much for the kind introduction. I will try to give the healthcare professional viewpoint on today's topic, or at least a healthcare professional's point of view. I see from my slideshow that I've not included a slide on my disclosures, and I should really highlight that I do consult and sit on advisory boards for a number of different pharma companies and also present at various symposia and so forth. If you're interested in diving into my disclosures, you can do so by searching on my name and accessing my hospital's website, where you will find all my disclosures. I was very encouraged by the talk by Stuart Stugel today, and hear that we share a lot of the same visions and desires for how we might improve the lives of people living with dementia. I will, in this talk, touch on 4 different areas: the current status of diagnostic pathways and patient registries, how amyloid targeting therapies might transform the diagnostic pathways, and finally, some perspectives from a healthcare professional on how we might generate real-world evidence. So, giving a unified vision of the diagnostic pathway across 27 member states in the European Union is difficult, but I have tried to identify some nodes that I think we share across countries in the diagnostic pathway. If we start in the population of people that live with Alzheimer's disease, symptomatic Alzheimer's disease in the community, but are not diagnosed, we know that a proportion of those patients will never be diagnosed. Those that go on a diagnostic pathway will often start at the level of the general practitioner or another primary care provider, or perhaps a practicing specialist, a neurologist, geriatrician, or psychiatrist. Patients will from there go on to be diagnosed in some instances, and in other instances, patients will be referred to more specialized centers, usually a clinic based in a hospital where there's access to more advanced diagnostic testing, such as Alzheimer biomarkers, and from there be diagnosed with Alzheimer's disease. And of course, this is the end of the diagnostic pathway, but really the beginning of the ability of doctors like myself and other healthcare professionals to provide care and treatment for patients with Alzheimer's disease. It is just as important to get structured follow-up as it is to get a diagnosis. Of course, the diagnosis is the entrance point to get structured follow-up. And many patients will not have access to structured follow-up. Some will have access through their general practitioner and others in the specialized setting. I've touched upon those patients that unfortunately will never be diagnosed, but there's also the issue of the timing of the diagnosis. And this becomes even more important with the new, with the introduction of the new amyloid targeted therapies. And if we imagine a patient who's diagnosed in the moderate dementia stage with Alzheimer's disease, this patient will have inevitably passed through milder stages of the disease, mild cognitive impairment and mild dementia, which represent missed opportunities for an earlier diagnosis. So now I've highlighted some of these nodes in the diagnostic pathway. Can we put some numbers on these different nodes in terms of patients with Alzheimer's disease? And that's a very difficult task to do and really hits at the core of why we need registries. There are figures to suggest that at least 50% of patients with Alzheimer's disease will never get a diagnosis. What about the timing of diagnosis? This is numbers from the Danish National Registry, showing that about 40 to 45% of patients with Alzheimer's disease will not get a diagnosis until they're in the moderate or severe stages of dementia. These are numbers from the Swedish National Registry, looking at where patients receive a diagnosis of MCI or dementia, indicating that about a third or a fourth of patients receive the diagnosis in the primary care and the remaining in the secondary care. Of course, these numbers are highly impacted by how the healthcare system is designed. Other interesting and important metrics to interrogate the quality of the diagnostic pathway would be, for example, how many patients receive an MRI, how many patients undergo AD biomarker studies. And for that, we really don't have reliable numbers, as well as for how many patients receive follow-up and for how long and in what setting. So this, I think, highlights the fact that there's a lot of important data that is missing that are quite essential for patients with Alzheimer's disease in terms of gauging the quality of the care that patients with Alzheimer's disease receive. Moving on to patient registries, I've tried to gain a bit of an overview of the registries that are already out there. And as you can see from this, the picture is really fragmented. Many member states do not have a patient registry. Those that have may have national registries, others have more local registries. And there's a quite considerable variability within or across the different registries in terms of coverage and setting. So how might the diagnostic pathway and these nodes change with the introduction of amyloid-targeted therapies? That's a very good question, and I don't really have an answer. But I think there are some nodes that need specific attention with this new opportunity that the amyloid-targeted therapies do present. There's a need for reducing the number of patients who are never diagnosed, and also to ensure that patients are diagnosed early on. We also talk about timely diagnosis, but I think that most patients with the prospect of being able to receive disease-modifying therapies, that they would also wish to be diagnosed early on. This means better opportunities for case finding at the level of the primary care provider, as well as optimizing those patients or being more accurate about those patients that should be referred for more specialist clinics, where there's also a need for increased capacity, and this for diagnosis, and this also goes for the structured follow-up in specialized settings. So there's a shortcoming in the service that is delivered to patients with Alzheimer's disease. And this is really the basis that needs to be improved in order to generate real-world evidence with regards to amyloid targeting therapies. I'm going to go a bit off script here and what I plan to say and focus on a few things that have come to mind listening to the other talks. I would say from a clinician's point of view, coverage is very, very important. We might start with those patients that are put on amyloid-targeted therapies, but this should really be registries that cover all those patients that have Alzheimer's disease, and ideally all those patients that have neurodegenerative dementia disorders, such as Lewy body dementia, frontotemporal dementia, and so forth. We are all busy, but I have a clinical daily routine where I really need to be very mindful of how I spend my time. And capturing data is certainly important, but as Stuart also highlighted, he's not just a number, he's also a person, and I need to have time to talk and address those issues that are not captured by an assessment scale and so forth. I'm not sure if I speak on behalf of all healthcare professionals, but I'm going to go out on a limb here and say something that I think I share with many healthcare professionals. We do not need registries focused on a specific treatment. We need registries that are focused on the disease. For registries that are for those on drugs, but also those that are not eligible for drugs. That's what's going to improve the lives of patients living with Alzheimer's disease. We need to start somewhere, and perhaps the amyloid targeting therapies is somewhere we can start in order to build a registry, but with the mind to expand this to all patients with Alzheimer's disease, and ideally all those patients with a neurodegenerative dementia disorder. And with that, I will leave it.
Thank you very much indeed for this presentation. We will now finalize our morning, or the first part of the morning, with hearing from the health patient organization. And now I have the pleasure to hand over to Dr. Lucas Dufner, who is from Alzheimer Europe. We heard about this umbrella organization earlier today already. Lucas has a background in clinical psychopharmacology and a PhD in neuroepidemiology from last year. And you're a product officer at Alzheimer Europe. So please, Lucas, over to you.
Okay, thank you very much for the introduction, and also thanks to the EMA for organizing this stakeholder workshop and for letting us be part of it and sharing the patient perspective. So this morning, Stuart already shared some of his personal experiences when it comes to the efficient use of healthcare data. And yeah, before we all go into the coffee breaks, at least people here in this room, and later into the breakout sessions, I'd like to take a couple of minutes to elaborate a bit more on the patient perspectives and also share a bit of the perspectives of Alzheimer Europe as a patient organization. And I'd like to do that through the lens of a project in which we try to broadly assess what people across Europe actually think about the sharing of their healthcare data within the context of research more, but also the participation in research, because I think that the key learnings of this project are pretty much applicable to some of the things that we're going to be discussing today during the breakout sessions. Yeah. So in this project, we try to get the perspective of a whole range of stakeholders that include people with dementia and carers themselves, but also the general public. And more on the process side, also researchers and members of national Alzheimer's associations. And we did this by combining information through a variety of methods. We had stakeholder interviews. We conducted a scoping review of the scientific literature. We conducted focus group with people with dementia and carers, and launched a large-scale European survey. And without going into too many details regarding our methodology, I'd like to just share with you some key learnings of this project and how we think they can be applied to the context of registries. And yeah, to mention some of these things already came up during the talks of my previous speakers, and I'd like to elaborate a bit more on them. So one thing that we noticed throughout this project is that in general, people are actually quite positive to sharing their data and to making their data available for both research and clinical purposes. And to illustrate that, here's a visual presentation of some of the items responses to some of the items that we included in our public opinion poll. And here we can see, if you look at the first two items, that most of the people, the largest proportion of people, either strongly agree or agree with the statements that data sharing is important for making progress in dementia research, and that it is actually okay for researchers to share their data if it helps to find better treatments for dementia. However, we also saw that there were some concerns that the sharing of data could actually lead to some misuse or unexpected problems. And we did then try to go into a bit more detail within the scope of stakeholder interviews and focus groups to find out a bit more what these issues might be. And I'd now like to present those within the context, within the lens of patient registries. So the first concept or theme that we identified as being relevant and also relatively easy to transfer to the context of registries is the element of trust. So within the context of registries, this may pretty much be related to what data is being shared and to whom is it being shared. When it is, for instance, about very sensitive genetic data, there have to be protective mechanisms in place. We also learned that the location in which the data is being stored and is being sent to is quite important for people, with a clear preference of the data remaining within the European Union. And in this regard, also the harmonization or the imposition of harmonized informed consent procedures was perceived as a way of actually building trust. And this would mean giving patients the opportunity to consent and reconsent for certain data uses without necessarily overburdening them through this process. Next, we have communication and transparency. And within the context of research, we saw that the proper explanation of research procedures about what is actually being done in a study was a clear enabler of participants to sign up for a study and actually stay enrolled for throughout time. But what does it mean in the context of registries? Because also here we need to be able to explain to patients what is actually being done within the registry and what does it actually mean for them. And this is clearly linked also to getting feedback, to getting something out of it. And I guess we have to ask ourselves to what extent can we expect people to actually get feedback about or get their test results back and get feedback and information about the results and the things that are being found by using the registry. But this feedback loop doesn't only or shouldn't only include the patient, but also the local healthcare system. Because only if we close this loop between the registry, the patient, and the local health authority, can we truly improve treatment and care also on the local level. And in all of this, we would pretty much also like to see not only the patient's perspective to be included, but also their wider surroundings, including the perspectives of carers. Oh. Yes. And lastly, this very last point is something that has been discussed quite a bit. We see that there is quite some fragmentation when we look at registries. And this going through the procedures over and over again might also mean some additional burden for patients and their families. And there is a clear need for more regulation and coordination on a higher level, which is why we're very, very happy that we're having this workshop today and that we're able to participate. So before we all go into the coffee break, I'd like to end with two quotes, which I hope you can take with you for discussions later. And those we collected during a focus group session. They were both by people with dementia. First person said, there needs to be much more of a unified group of researchers working on a global basis, not in a fragmented view, which is what's happening at the moment. Different pieces here and there. It's not unified, it's duplicated. And the second person said, the benefits outweigh the risk, but people should have the right to know who's using their data and why. Thanks a lot.
Thanks a lot, Luca. Can you press? Thank you. So we'll break now. We will have no time for questions, but all the questions may be addressed during the breakout sessions anyway. So to try to catch up a little bit of the delay, because you see the correct time is on the clock there, not on the screen in front of you. So I'd like, please, to be back in the room 12:45. So we'll have a little bit more than 25 minutes of break. Thanks. Just also an important point, the doors are broken, so the maintenance had to turn them off. So please just use your hand to open and close them. Thanks a lot. And be careful because there are also some water on the floor. And that's all. You can go to the break now. So we'll continue the session 1, which is on current evidence gap and potential of real-world data, and we'll move to the registry holders perspective now. And interestingly, starting with a non-Alzheimer, multiple sclerosis, and I'd like to introduce Professor Jan Hillert, who is a professor of neurology at the Karolinska Institute in Stockholm, Sweden. Professor Hillert is the founder and the chair of the Swedish Multiple Sclerosis Registry, which is a national quality registry with longitudinal data on over more than 20,000 MS patients. So please, Professor Hillert.
Thank you so much, Patrice. It's a pleasure to be here. Again, it's been very rewarding to be part of your previous workshops on registries, and I hope and I believe that this is going to be a meeting also of long-standing importance. So the question is whether the Alzheimer field can have some benefit from take part in some of the experiences from the MS field. We'll see what you think. These are my disclosures. I've had extensive collaborations with industry, and I think there should be maybe minor relevance today, but it's been basically for the registry work very important. I will come back and explain slightly how. So what could you possibly learn from the MS field? Well, if we look back, what could we have done which was maybe even better than what we did? Well, we should, and so this is the take-home message. I will come back to this at the very end as well. I think that it would have been good for us if we would have had a more proper informatics structure from the start. It would have been good for us if we would have had a better or more informatically correct common data model from the start. We did base our outcome measures, our variables on the clinical trials and the consensus of how to run clinical trials on MS in those days. And this was now 30 years ago. So things have indeed developed to some extent. In those days, there were no EMA data quality expectations. Today, there are very high such, and I will come back to that. That's advice to you because those are hard to meet. I think it's good to have the patient voice expressed and to offer patient portals in your registry. Has been very useful for some of our registries. And we did have, with time, we established pharma consortia in a number of different settings, and that was in the end very, very helpful for the efforts. So to say something about MS, well, you may know that MS is an inflammatory disease of the central nervous system. In the early days, you have attacks coming and going. In the later stages, you have a more gradual progression. And what's so important and what so makes it this relevant to you guys in Alzheimer's is that we started most of our registries when we had the first disease-modifying drugs appearing, and that was in the mid-90s. That was the impetus for us to start data collection. And actually, the prime goal with that effort was to be able to show whether those drugs would have a long-term benefit. That should be pretty much what you are up to, I think. With the clinical outcome measures in the pivotal trials was based on relapse rates. And the effectiveness or the efficacy seemed to be significant, but modest, some 30%. There was by some biomarker measures that were reduced by more like 70 or 80%. And with time, we have actually shown that the benefit of even the first generation of drugs was actually better than we hoped. It was more like the biomarker outcome rather than the clinical. So I don't know whether that would be the future for Alzheimer's, but there is hope that we don't know everything about effectiveness. Okay. So there were registries popping up here and there. Some of them, with time, developed networks. This is the big MS data network of some of the European registries. the ones that were the most developed. So in 2014, we came back together with the support of industry, I must say. We found that we had compatible variables, not identical, but compatible. We could make up a simple data model. We could solve issues of data sharing, and we did share data, and that resulted in a number of papers. We represented altogether some 350,000 patients, which is quite a nice number. And you can see on the map here that we have the national registries of 5 European countries. In addition, we have the international database MS Base, which is actually a network more of some national registries, but mostly MS centers worldwide. So yeah, this is a table just to show you when they all started. Most of us started around the time when the DMTs came, the disease modifiers arrived. We have done lots of research altogether, hundreds of papers, many of them in collaboration in recent years as well. And there was some mentioning of coverage, representativeness of registries. You can see from the numbers here that in some of these national registries, we really do have a nice coverage with the majority of national cases in the registry, so not just the ones that are typically recruited to clinical trials. So one of the tricks in having people collaborate was to provide with the registry an interface which is clinically useful. And that happened to be a common denominator between these registries. So our colleagues will not just do this for the benefit of collecting data, but for the usefulness they had themselves in the job they did. In addition, we also always provided them with having their data available, so they could always access what they did themselves. It was not a black hole. It was something that was rewarding for the centers who participated. So with time, of course, we have come together and we've been analyzing data together in a number of different settings. So we'll come back to that. Of course, you can do this in various ways. You can share data. I mean, physically share the data files, merge the data files. Or you can just do it in a meta-analysis fashion. But then there are a number of different federated approaches in the middle. And we have tried all of those, and they're all beneficial. And I think that the future will truly lie on the federated learning approaches, where you co-analyze your data with distributed computing without actually sharing the data, because there are increasing barriers towards sharing and not decreasing. That's our experience. So the federated approach is probably where we need to go and where fields need to go in order to do this. This is an example of a patient portal. I think it's useful for patients to be able to share what we see for the patients. So this is a simplified version of what the doctors have in this, working with the Swedish MS Registry. Shared decision making is key. And this is a way of doing it. And in this, on the same time, you can collect patient-reported outcomes in these portals. Yes, there have been then a series of efforts from the EMA, as we all know. And MS was one of those diseases where we had a disease-specific workshop in 2017. And this all led to a number of consequences. It led to an increasing number of past studies based on registries. As an example, the Roche study manuscript, it has today recruited 16,000 patients on the drug of interest, and not 23, but actually 36,000 people on comparator drugs. These are fabulous numbers, of course, when you are focused on rare events. So this, I think, is a demonstration of the benefit of this. Pharma, together with the registry, groups have come together to put together a common core protocol to run safety data in MS. And this is something that we have developed gradually. And that's also quite beneficial. And hopefully now we will have more comparable studies in the future. The big MS data network has applied for a qualification opinion with the EMA. We don't know yet whether it will be eventually successful. Just to relate to that a little bit here, we had a first application here in 2021, and we received a scientific advice, a letter of support telling us to come back if we could do this better. And we did reapply recently, and we did that because we tried to address what we hadn't really done. We hadn't really proven that we could collect safety data. Now we have done that. We can prove that we can do that, and we can also point towards a much more strict and formalized data quality setup. Yeah. So yeah, that's the dossier. It's a big effort to try to obtain a qualification opinion or a scientific advice. There are so many things you need to put together. You need to meet expectations in many different ways, referring to data quality, not least. That's already been discussed today. Having a common data model is a key thing here. I think I'll skip the details here, but you can combine a transformation software for the common data model with data quality assessment also. You can measure the success of translation as well as the levels of validation of the data, and that's a nice combination. Yes, so the EMA has expressed data quality parameters, and we have seen that already today in the Pamela Dobey's presentation. There are dimensions of data quality in various ways, and you will have to fill in spreadsheets that are quite extensive. In our case, we have 6 different registries. We need to do this for all the 6 and show where we have a common approach. That has been, I think, done quite well, and I'm sort of confident that the EMA will eventually find this useful. We'll see. But we did have some special challenges because we are old registries with various backgrounds, where in the Alzheimer's field you have the chance of doing something up to date from onset, and that's a great advantage. One thing that has been really complicated that is doing something which is very common and very typical for RCTs, and that is, of course, to keep track on comorbidities and concomitant medications. That is a challenge for clinical registries. I don't really know how to overcome that, apart from linking to other public databases in countries where that can be done. It can be done in Scandinavia, but in other parts of the world that is still a challenge. It might become more possible in the future in the European health data space, whenever that is functional. Yeah. So we have had industry support in the very first stages of setting up a registry. Industry support is important. Once you're up and running, you have a greater chance of having public support in a way you really want to do. But then you need also to combine to make the data collection efficient and to monitor the data collection, and also there industry support has proven to be quite important. And of course, commissioned research in for instance, running past studies or comparative effectiveness is also something that is then paid by companies, but is also tremendously important for the registry activities themselves. It promotes the quality work in the registry. So again, I think we could have done better. I think we did okay. But you have a great opportunity of learning from mistakes that we did. So please make sure that you have up-to-date modern informatics structure with a well-expressed common data model when you start with as wide a consensus in the global community as possible. Try to adapt to the data quality expectations. It's really difficult if you want to do everything. I think also the regulators need to realize that there are limitations in what you can do with the clinically based data collections. Offer patient portals if you can. It's important to have the patient voice, and establish pharma consortia also for support and advice. And in spite of all the limitations, of course, there are some benefits from having registries. You will have eventually external validation at the population level. Bigger numbers will be beneficial in case of looking for rare events. Cost effectiveness, of course. And in the end, we will probably have a digitalized healthcare, and we will do this in a more universal way. But we still have a long way to go until we are in that situation. And I think registries will still remain important. So thank you so much for your attention.
Thanks a lot, Jan. Very interesting feedback that we got indeed from the MS experience and the challenges also you still face to some extent, and interesting to see that your recommendation is also more on a federated kind of network, which is also the approach that the EMA has taken with the Darwin EU, which is our platform to generate real-world evidence. But thanks a lot. We'll have time, not now, maybe we'll just go through the presentation. Hopefully we'll have 10-15 minutes for questions after this session. So please, also online, if you have questions, put this in the chat and we'll monitor. And in the room, please park the questions for the last presentation, after the last presentation. So let's move now to Dorota Rediga. Dorota is Professor of Geriatrics and Deputy Head of Clinical Geriatrics at the Department of Neurobiology and Director of the Swedish Registry for Cognitive Dementia Disorders, which is called SWEDEM. She conducts postgraduate and master's studies in the field of Alzheimer's disease for physicians, and she works at the Karolinska University Hospital as a medical doctor. Please, Dorota, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much that I have possibility to present Swedish Dementia Registry. Before I start, I have some minutes. I would like to give tribute to our patient representative, Mikael Hessle. I have a privilege to have Mikael as a patient representative. He was 50 years old, SAS pilot, and his first symptom was to learn new things when SAS wanted to change from Boeing to Airbus. Then he had some first difficulty. Then he was diagnosed. He shared his data, but also his life, because he was broadcasted in the TV. So it was very important contribution. Mikael wanted to have three things: to find the treatment, to take away stigma, and then to teach about Alzheimer's disease to other professionals. And as I talked last week with Nobel Prize winners, Mikael unfortunately died on Nobel Prize Day, 10th of December, some years ago. So we still have hope one day, as I represent Karolinska, to have Nobel Prize for Alzheimer development, because we have for Parkinson disease, Arvid Carlsson, he got Nobel Prize 2000. So it was the important contribution from the patient representative. And then I can go further to show you our registry. So Sweden has a good possibility to help to conduct the registry-based research. As SWEDEM, we will celebrate 20 years of existence. So if you have a possibility, 1st of May next year, we will have a possibility to highlight all work of Swedish Dementia Registry does. So we include quite broad, country-specific. We have all memory clinics, and we have a lot of primary care units. And also we follow patients in nursing home or in community when they live. So of course, as Christian mentioned, we don't have every people with Alzheimer's disease in the registry, because some people will never go through diagnostic workup, but of those who has diagnosis, we have around 40% of dementia cases. And we have this structure that we developed since this 20 years. We add on now possibility to follow up the Alzheimer drug when needed, and then follow up is at least once a year. The strength of the registry, the time of the diagnosis, the type of the diagnosis, and the possibility also to link to other different registry or data set, even like cerebrospinal fluid data set. As Christian mentioned, he also looked on our annual report from Sweden, very nice, but of course it's in Swedish, but Christian is from Denmark, so maybe it was a little bit easier. So we follow the guidelines and we have possibility to make the care quite equal in the country. So we have possibility to follow basic dementia workup, and then of course extended workup that can that follow the national guidelines. We don't have, for example, phospho-tau 217 in the registry, but we can add in any time, because some clinician in Sweden, even not in the guidelines, by curiosity and something they want to know more about the blood testing, for example. So we can adjust in any time. And the registration is also broad, is both diagnosis, treatment, follow-up, and also the support from community, or this variable if people live alone or not. In Sweden, in the time of the dementia diagnosis, almost 50% people live alone. So this is quite high. I know in other countries, it started to be also quite high, even maybe not so high as Sweden. And we focus, for example, on that part. The variables are those variable that clinicians are used to. For example, very old tests like Mini-Mental, 50 years old, or MOCA newer, Ruda's test that is for people who don't know Swedish quite well or have lower education. So we can register the variable that are present in the clinic, and clinicians use this. And we have current treatment with cholinesterase inhibitors in Sweden and memantine, of course, that we can have a goal that we can follow up. What target we need to have. And this was a lot of discussion, how many percent of patients should have access to this current treatment. So finally, it was kind of Delphi. We have 80% in specialist setting, and I contributed to primary care setting it a little bit lower, 75. And this is exactly how they follow. Antipsychotics should be low. For example, we have a target 10%, and in the time of in older adults facilities and long-term facilities, and 5% in the time of the diagnosis in primary care. So we can also put some target as a low target for the drugs. And for antipsychotics, we are 15. And as I mentioned, we have great possibilities to link with other data set to not make a burden for registration. So whatever by personal number and some ideas we can make merging with 150 other registries. We have drug prescription registry in Sweden, quite well coverage with that started 2007. So we have this possibility not only from registration. And then, of course, what is good when we talk about the drug, follow-up period can be much longer. Because what is 1 year in the dementia field? So we can, of course, have much longer follow-up and also monitor that if it's any change. Some example of studies that were done, it's about multimorbidity, heart failure and dementia, because our patients has also other disorders, 20% has diabetes, then we can have the socio-demography possibility. So it's a lot of these studies are done by linkage with other registries. And when we have registry, this is also not only the data, but also a great possibility to teach. We are a specialist in dementia, so we come with the whole package. So we organize a lot of free courses, and some of the courses are well attended. Like last week, we have over 300 attendance, many online. And we also, as a physician, participate in other countries. Here we have also a privilege that Queen Sylvia, she supports dementia field in Sweden. So we have possibility to have some more glamour in dementia in Alzheimer disease field when she gives the diploma from the dementia courses. So it's really a great possibility to have a good face for this otherwise very serious condition. So the new drug module that is possible to use. As for now, the amyloid-based drugs are not reimbursed in Sweden. This is still under evaluation. And then first, this module will be implemented in the specialist clinics. We don't know it will be this 58 clinics, as I mentioned, because our drug agency discussed that it will be maybe even more requirement. So I will not show the details, but this is publicly available, how the drug module is developed and how we put on all information. As I said, we can easily adapt what is needed, and especially for the recommendation from the regulatory bodies. In the end, I just want to say thank you to the previous director of Swedish Dementia Registry, Maria Riksdotter. This is always the continuity is very important, and Madeleine Ockerman, she's here, she's a nurse that helped us to develop this very structured way, the registry, and some researcher, Hong. And this was my last slide that I thank you for, that we together can develop more from the registry-based research for the patients and the future patients as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Dorota. Indeed, great to see this initiative in Sweden, Swindon, with an impressive number of patients. Also, the possibility to adapt all along. And you're indeed, like Jan before, both in Sweden and the lucky situation with all these linkage with these additional registries to get complementary information. So thanks a lot. We'll move now to another initiative, and that's Robert and Robert. So I will start with Robert Hyde. Rob is a translational research scientist by training and an industry veteran with greater than 10 years of experience in clinical development, medical and real-world evidence generation. He has pioneered national and international MS disease registry collaboration since early 2000, but he was also leading architect of Smart Care SMA registry platform in Germany in collaboration with Freiburg University, and he is currently an independent consultant, co-founder of INRAD, as well as advisor to more Europa projects that we've heard already about this morning. And Robert Pernatsky is a practicing psychiatrist and geriatrician who serves as the head of old age psychiatry at the Ludwig Maximilian Universität in Munich, a hospital, and professor of translational dementia research at the same institution. Robert's research endeavors are primarily focused on the early diagnosis, prevention, and treatment of neurocognitive disorders. He is deeply interested in the application of real-world evidence, and is co-founder and chairman of the International Registry of Alzheimer's disease and other dementia that is named INRAD. So now you know why INRAD. So please, Robert, I don't know who starts. You. Okay, thanks.
So thanks very much for the kind introduction. So that's why one Robert luckily calls himself Rob. So it's Robert and Rob, which doesn't make it a lot better, but maybe a little bit. All right, so INRAD. You can see our disclosures here. I think the most important disclosure is that INRAD is set up as an independent nonprofit foundation, actually in the Netherlands. We have an industry forum, so we receive financial support from industry, and the partners are mentioned here. But INRA doesn't endorse any drug. We are completely independent, and we also aim to receive support outside of industry, but this is how everything is started. It's still a fairly recent initiative, so we don't have a history of 20 plus years. This is still relatively new, and we want to give you a little bit of an update today about the most important things that we're doing. So what's stated here is very obvious, and we're just entering a completely new era in Alzheimer's disease therapies. This is probably the most exciting thing, definitely in my career so far. In this kind of moving to a new class of drugs also comes with a very new set and different set of challenges. And unfortunately, we live in a world of fragmented real-world data sources. Locally, they are excellent, and many, but many countries still don't have any real-world registries, or they are kind of based at centers. And it's quite challenging to harmonize and combine information from different data sources. And quality, which has been mentioned many times today, I'm sure already, is kind of difficult to keep at a high level if you try to combine information that has been generated in different initiatives across the world. And regulators, such as European Medicines Agency, I believe, advocate for disease registries rather than just drug registries, which each individual company may set up to monitor their individual drugs. And I'm not aware of any international efforts to create a real-world registry, which we see as another important gap in this field. So that's why we need a unified approach. And by unified, we mean this needs to unify across clinicians, academics, industry, regulators, to create a space where we can exchange our kind of knowledge and discuss what the field actually needs. And that's why we initiated INRAD, and I will briefly tell you about the minimum and extended data sets that we agreed on, and also we're also advocating to have a collaboration which goes beyond just us clinicians or academics kind of setting up another study, or pharmaceutical industry doing what they need to do, but to create a kind of a space where we can all collaborate across the different stakeholder groups. So I guess the most important first step for INRAD was to do this international consensus effort, where we aim to agree on what we call the minimum data set and the extended data set. So this was a kind of a modified Delphi study, which included 72 leading international clinician academics. 50 of those were based in Europe, but also patient representatives like Alzheimer Europe, industry partners, and registry stakeholders. And it took quite a while. It was quite a big effort to define these data sets, and the minimum data set that we agreed upon includes some basic diagnostic information, demographic information. We agreed on the MOCA and the MMSE as our key cognitive outcomes. We have information of drug safety, and this is quite a limited, realistic data set that hopefully centers will be able to collect at the point of care. So not something which requires a lot of resources. That's what's in the extended data set, where each site can decide if they want to collect additional information, which would still be harmonized with all other sites participating in INRAD. And then in preparation for this meeting today, we performed a little survey and received 31 responses, 24 of them from Europe, from clinicians responsible for clinical sites. And the question was, so what kind of clinically meaningful information would you be happy and able to collect without receiving any additional funding? And then many of these data points are actually included already in the INRAD minimum data set. So that's demographics, diagnostic information, the cognitive outcomes, any Alzheimer's disease specific treatments, information on Alzheimer's disease stage, and some basic biomarker and imaging information. And then the big ugly red box indicates that medical events, safety information is not included in this set of variables, which the sites would be happy to collect without any additional funding. And then the next question that we asked is, so let's assume that there would be some financial support. What additional data would you be happy to collect? And then this is not very surprising. Of course, if you get paid, you're happy to collect everything. But it also indicates that safety information and medical events that requires some level of funding to enable the sites to capture this information. And then my final slide before I hand over to Rob is just to state the obvious. So this the question here was what do you say? Let's assume you have multiple registries, drug registries that you have to use in your site. Versus one unified, harmonized registry, how would that affect your time and resources? And then obviously 70% of the respondents said that a single harmonized registry would have some positive or a very positive effect on their time and resources. And having to use many different registries, drug registries, would have some or a very negative effect on their time and resources, and that's 90% of them said that. So having kind of trying to agree on something which is harmonized across different sites and registries kind of seems to make sense, and clinicians want to live in this world. And now Rob will tell you a little bit more about INRAD.
Rob here. There are other questions that we asked, but in the spirit of time, we haven't covered everything. So if anyone wants to see the questionnaire, the survey, we're happy to provide all the information. Sorry. So as Robert has mentioned, the basis of our real world research is really practice-based data. And it needs to get, any registry needs to get as close to practice as possible to have, let's say, good data collected over time. And our minimal data set is focused on that. There is, the real world data has a tremendous potential, and the defining meaningful data and building into a sustainable platform gives a one point where data can be entered and data can be analyzed. In terms of our global governance, the centers own their own data. They're the data controller. They'll have free access to a current cloud-based data entry platform, which is designed to actually allow future-proofing, so other data sources can connect to that. And we aspire to actually have patient-reported outcomes, care provider outcomes, maybe MRI also feeding into this database. The data, as it's owned by the doctors, they can collaborate inside or outside the network freely. In RAD, we're providing the infrastructure for management of projects, management of the platform, and communication between all the investigators involved. Also managing all the governance, the scientific leadership group, and supporting the board. Each investigator has a possibility to participate in the scientific agenda. They can be part of the scientific leadership group. They can propose studies. And in future, we will have a complete collaborative science back-end registry where sub-studies can be set up and can be managed. We have a number of work streams. One I've mentioned here, the data quality work stream obviously is focused on being able to provide quality data for certain use cases. We just heard an hour ago that one of our first pilot sites has just received ethics committee approval and IT release. So they're starting the pilot in the next week. We have 4 pilot sites. We've finished the build, and we're ready to deploy in our Wave 1 sites starting in the new year in about 21 countries, 11 in the EU, including Switzerland, in about 30 centres. You can see that the sites are all around the world, but there is a concentration in Europe. And the governance pack is designed to be self-service, but of course we're providing a lot of support with the IT enabling situation, because each site has different, let's say, IT guidelines and access to cloud. So multi-center studies are going to be feasible in the new year. Now I'm going to give you a little overview of the platform, and as you saw from Jan's presentation, the feedback to the doctor in terms of data, and this is quite small, so I talk you through it. This is the landing page. So on the left-hand side, you have the patient list. You click on the patient list, you can actually pick your patient or you can add a patient. In the top left-hand corner next to the INRAD is the, let's say, basic demographic information, the patient number, and then there are 5 sections next to that: the patient profile, the visits, the medical conditions and events, treatments, and medical tests. Patient profile contains the identification, demographics, and medical history. And the visits contain everything else, but it is possible in between visits, if there's a sporadic event or a change to therapy, you can go directly into that without actually entering the full visit. The dashboard itself, you can see, has a representation of the clinical pathway for an individual patient, cognition at the bottom, disease stage, as well as treatments and events that have happened over time. And all of these individual entries are navigable. So if you see something's a little odd, you can go in, or you need to change something, you can actually click in through each of these points on the graph to the database. A couple more slides on the actual data entry platform. One of the workshops is sort of focused on prevention. One of the main clinical outcome is the clinical disease stage over time. We've incorporated the 6 stage, including asymptomatic and transitional decline. Other registries just have MCI through the mild, moderate, and severe dementia. So we have the full gamut here. We also have the possibility of a not yet assigned, a working diagnosis, and a confirmed diagnosis to fit with the different guidelines. It is also possible to report other, it's not the full diagnostic stage. It's also possible to enter other diagnoses as well. And our aspiration is in future to include other dementia, neurodegenerative diseases, Lewy body, frontal temporal dementia, Down syndrome, hopefully in the future. What we also collect in the diagnosis is the qualitative measures of biomarkers, where they're measured, whether they're positive, negative, indeterminate, or not done. One of the feedback from the consensus process was, this has to be fit for purpose in many parts of the world where there isn't access to biomarkers or imaging. So the not done will be as important to know and track the quality of care over time and as things are being introduced. So we've tried to be future-proof in that sense. and the diagnosis also can evolve with time through different visits. So as we saw in MS, the diagnosis pathway became very much more rapid after the availability of disease-modifying therapies, where we moved to using MRI much more actively. Similarly, the biomarkers are becoming a major lead. This second page here is really covers let's say, the medical events and the medical conditions. We call that because it's a disease registry. It really is safety. Everyone wants to call it safety and adverse events. However, as a disease registry, we have to cater for untreated as well as treated. However, we are covering the adverse events of interest for the current therapies, ARIA, infusion reactions. We also have infections and malignancies, which are a major cause of loss of quality of life and morbidity in the elderly patients, generally elderly population that these diseases actually more affect. One thing that most of the disease registries I've worked with and have not been good at is collecting comorbidities. This section, we've also included let's say a checklist in the medical history of, let's say, condition areas which are obviously important, cardiovascular, neurovascular, that actually, if positive in history, can lead to a record of these events. In all of the pages, we also have links, so you can go directly to the medical events section. So I'm going to change gears now and just talk a little bit about, the general observational versus disease registry. Studies often get a tremendous amount more resources than registries. Registries often go hand to mouth in terms of actually getting funding. Whilst this is a not-for-profit, we really need to make sure we can give quality. And this is something that actually has a quality issue as well, because study by study, we end up with, let's say, non-continuity of patients from treatment to treatment, generation to treatment, looking at de-challenge, re-challenge, for example, which a disease registry is much better place to serve. So we're constantly walking this tightrope of clinical reality, practice-based medicine, practice-based data collection, and also making sure we have the funding to be able to get the data recorded in an equitable way across all treatments and untreated, which obviously is important. If we enrich in one population, we actually raise a question in another population. We have an infrastructure that has been incredibly well built. We've had a huge amount of support from many scientific leaders in the dementia area, from our board, from Robert, from Frank Jessin, and others. We have a large scientific leadership group, which I'll show you at the end of the presentation. Sorry. And also we've built an operational infrastructure that is leveraging expertise in different centers, data management, epidemiology, biostatistics, and also project management. But we're still a small organization operating mostly independently. Our quality roadmap, we're launching what's called the MVP, our minimum viable product, which to my pleasure is much more extensive than we originally planned. It has all of the minimum and extended data in. It has a lot of navigable properties, and also it has the dashboard. We're hoping to introduce more reports for medical events to be reported more directly, and visits to be reported into EMRs. We're hoping to do an update of this next year based on our initial feedback. We're we're building training materials now as we've just finished the platform, and we'll have obviously MEDRA and ATC coding training as well, because we have embedded coding for standardization in the platform. And we're working on a pathway for interoperability. We didn't claim to be a solution for everybody, but we wanted to make sure that if cohorts wanted to move their data into INRAD, they could do that by mapping and interoperability. And last, this is our call for much more, let's say, harmonized, transparent, and unambiguous collaboration between different stakeholders. We need to know what the regulators are thinking. We need to know what the companies are thinking to be fit for purpose. And it's difficult with a registry to build. It's even more difficult years down the road to change the ship's direction. So we're trying to get it right first, but it has to fit with practice and so the constraints that healthcare has right now. So we're the first international registry in Alzheimer's disease. We've launched based on a vision to fill a gap. We have our minimum data set and extended data set defined, published. We now have our full data dictionary and JSON schema, so people can build other platforms if they want, but we would advocate that there's no point, don't reinvent the wheel. You can have this free. The data collection is about to start, and all centers are welcome to collaborate. It's a very democratic process, and we're building on a, let's say, a model unashamedly plagiarized from MS Base, one of the big MS data who've had a blueprint for international registries, which we hope we've managed to improve. And finally, just thanks. This has taken not just a village, but a town and a city. We've got a lot of experts involved. We have a lot of tremendous engagement from different organizations, and all the collaborators in the consensus, to the companies who've given us great feedback and have been there and actually funded where we are to now. So thanks very much.
Thank you.
We hope we can collaborate.
Thank you, Rob and Robert, for this presentation, and nice to see how the work of the EMA has been embedded into registry development. We'll take a few minutes for questions. Is there any questions from the audience or online? Yes, please. If you could introduce yourself just quickly.
Yeah. Hi, Frederick Barker from Amsterdam. So congratulations on the INRAD platform. I have a question about the Sweden. What is the funding for Sweden, and what is the incentive for participating centers to upload data and enter follow-up data?
The motivation is to make better quality for the patients. So it's like local incentive to use the data that are putting in and try to make a change. And we have a very good example of that. And the second is research, because it's not mainly research. And this is every year we need to apply we need to say how we monitor, what we do. So it's national money that are in for the registry. So we try to be quite of, every year we want to focus on something, like last year for nursing home, can be primary care, can be drug module. So every year it's a little bit more focus on something and quality development.
Thank you. Any other questions in the room? Yes, please.
Yes, I'm Monica Brandt from J&J. Actually, I have a question for INRAD, and I'm
a great fan of the disease-specific registries. I have worked on this myself quite some time ago. But for INRAD, where I'm not quite clear, you're saying you're building the registry. At the same time, you're saying that the data centers or the centers remain ownership. So are you thinking more towards the federated approach as what we heard from big MS data? Or do you plan really for data transfer that all gets into one cloud and with all the pros and cons?
No, absolutely. This is a very good question. We have a two-cloud system. There's one set of clouds. Each center have their own cloud. The identifiable information, should they want to put it in, can be in that cloud. All of the security is there. All of the access and individual roles and responsibilities are defined. The information is then pseudonymized and uploaded based on the consent to be part of the registry by the patient into a unified data set. So it's patient level data in the registry, not a federated approach.
Thanks. Any additional? Yes, please.
Thank you. Wiesje van der Vlier from the Netherlands. I have questions for Rob about INRAD. You very nicely outlined the differences between real-world data collection and phase 4 data collection and how these may differ. But ultimately, I would think that they should also, being a patient advocate here, I would think that they need to strengthen each other. I don't really get the difference. And can you reflect on how you think the two types of data collection can ultimately find each other or strengthen each other?
Absolutely. If you've got a smaller question in a focus cohort, it could be, let's say, a test and validation. So a little bit like I think Lily proposed. They have a specific question about something. They do a focused event, and then there's a much larger population in the registry. That's how they could operate. However, my experience of phase 4 studies is very drug focused. There's a start and there's an end, and that's it. And there's no continuity backwards or forwards. So in terms of enrichment, you can answer a question in one, validated in another. That would be a way to strengthen it. The downsides of doing, let's say, registry studies of one drug in a disease registry with disproportionate funding for one cohort versus another, you create disparities in the data quality. So we have to be very wary about that.
So I also hear a call there to regulators to make sure that you incorporate also the broader question when you make recommendations, requirements to a pharma company.
Yeah, and support that is equitable for untreated, treated, and the different treatments if there are not similar projects in those. So they're challenges that we have.
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you. Also a question for INRAD. I'm Karin Persson from the Norwegian National Registry. So you might have said something about it, but for our registry, the clinicians already use quite a lot of time to register data into our registry. And do I understand it correctly that for INRAD, it would be necessary with the new manual plotting from the clinician, or how could the data be transferred?
Well, we mentioned this interoperability work stream that we have, which I think is still quite challenging and requires resources. I guess INRAD is mostly useful for situations where you don't have a registry, you want to use something as a national registry, for example, or where you have something and you want to use our published minimum extended data sets and harmonize your existing data collection with the published INRAD data set. That's, I think, quite valuable. And that's probably the first step. So what I would recommend you to do is, if you're interested, in being part of an international effort, maybe to have a brief look at the published data sets and to explore if that would be something that could be harmonized with your ongoing data collection. And then I think we have to talk about a solution, and if interoperability would be something that's worth doing. We have a team at Hasselt University in Belgium who are experts in these kinds of initiatives, and we have pilot studies looking at interoperability between INRAD and local national registries.
I'll just add one thing to that. I mean, federated analysis is one solution. If you've got a harmonized data set, if you work together. Alternatively, migration of the data, if it's interoperable. But one of the things we've heard earlier from industry is quality is a critical component. And if each registry have to fulfill those guidance, and then you have to reconcile all of those for registry qualification, that's a huge amount of work, especially if we have to follow the guidance to the letter. We have an automated audit trail, which has the person entering their signature, the timestamp, etc., where it's saved, whether it's a new entry, whether it's a change, or whether it's a deletion. But we do not have reason for change, for example, which is a block on management of the data. You know, if that's in every field, if everyone has to apply that in every registry, then to be qualified for a certain use case, that's going to be a lot of work for the practitioner and for the registry. So there's a lot of things to consider when putting data together. Ideally, one platform and one set of guidelines.
Thank you. So maybe we'll stop here. There was quite a bias because I observed all the questions were coming from that side of the room and all the answer on the other side. So maybe by design, but let's see. So before break, just a very quick intervention from Kelly Plushke. Kelly is a pharmacist who joined the EMA quite some years ago, working now in the real-world evidence activity, but most importantly, Kelly coordinates the HMA-EMA patient registry initiative since many years now. So please, Kelly.
Thank you, Patrice. So I think we are all very hungry. We want to break for lunch. I will be very short. After lunch, we will break into 3 groups in parallel. So you have the breakout sessions in front of you. Group A will be in room 1A, and they will talk about the use of registries to collect data on safety and risk minimization measures for the medicines. Group B will be in 1B, and here we will talk about how we can use registry to inform long-term treatment strategy. And finally, the breakout session C will meet in room 2A, and here we'll talk about prevention of symptomatic Alzheimer's disease. So in the booklet here in front of you, you should be able to find your name, and we have assigned you to a breakout session, unless you already, told us in advance in which breakout session you want it to be. And we have also sent on Friday Teams links to the colleagues or participants from the WebEx in case they want to join the breakout sessions as well. Each group will have to summarize by the end, so by 3:30, I think, they will have to summarize the outcome of their discussion into a PowerPoint that we have already, we have a template prepared. And then each group will also have to appoint a rapporteur to report the outcome of the breakout session during session 3. So that's it for the breakout session. And before we break for lunch, we just would like to make a group picture. So let's all meet maybe there. Patrice, is it? Yeah. So we'll meet there, and someone will climb on the table, Luca, to take a picture. Thank you very much.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. I think it's already time to start our session 3. I hope that you all have very nice lunch break and then very productive breakout sessions. So I propose that now we start with session 3, which will be the panel discussion and next steps to be taken after this workshop. And it's my great pleasure and honor to introduce two co-chairs of this session, Professor Bruno Sepoderz, CHMP Chair, and Francesca Day, who is Head of the Therapeutic Area Department at the EMA. Please, the floor is entirely yours.
So I will be starting. So good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the session 3. This is the session leading us to the heavy discussion all together following these breakout sessions we will now see how productive they were, and from what we heard during the coffee break and also the buzz, which means engagement, they were for sure productive. So we will, for that, we will hear the feedback of 3 nominated rapporteurs for each breakout session. Feel free to speak calmly. As you can see, we have proper time allocated to this. And then after that, we will have the chance to go through or to give the floor to the speakers of this morning and let them contribute based on what they've heard now from the breakout sessions on how actually they see us moving forward. So this is what we hope is a very interactive session and an opportunity also if you have some questions or comments from the talks this morning, and lunch or coffee break was not enough to try to seek further engagement, this is the opportunity to do it. Also, there's a chance to engage with the online audience, other than the on-site colleagues, by joining at Slido. You have the QR code projected in the screens. You also have a passcode if you don't want to use the QR code to join and share your views, your questions, and we will try also to incorporate that in our discussion. So to start and to kick off, we would go to, of course, breakout session A, and I would like to give the floor to Pamela, and feel free to introduce yourself first and to brief us on the conclusions of breakout session. We can give Pamela some time to settle in, so don't rush. And perhaps, if that's okay, we could go to session B.
Yes, that will be
fantastic. The floor is yours. Sorry. Thanks for stepping in. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Wiesje van der Vlier, representing Alzheimer Nederland, from the Netherlands. So we had a very lively discussion on long-term treatment strategies in our workshop in session B. Perhaps I can get the next slide. And we talked about a couple of topics, but all related to the question of how can we generate interpretable data from registries to inform long-term treatment strategies, for example, including criteria for discontinuation and or retreatment. Next slide. We tried to summarize it a bit here. So we talked a bit about what should be in the registry. And we agreed that we should really try to have a minimum core data set, both of which should be so core that everybody in every context and in every region and for every treatment will collect those elements, but taking into account that it should be achievable. And for that reason and feasible, it was very helpful to have clinicians in the audience that would remind us that it really needs to be achievable, and this means it should be doable within 1 or 2 minutes. The essential information that should be in there should be on the treatments, which type of treatments, start and stop dates, why stopping, but also information on comorbidities and co-interventions, co-medications, because ultimately we will want to compare different kinds of treatments. And we already have treatments like cholinesterase inhibitors, also psychosocial interventions were mentioned, and the novel anti-amyloid treatments get on top of this. But there will also, after today, there will be novel generations of medications also for different targets of treatment, and all should be comparable and in the same, evaluated with the same minimal core data set. And then we talked about disease progression and how to capture that. There were also some discussions on the definition. We need to agree on how to measure the effect of disease progression, and we come back to that in the next topic, on how to grasp long-term disease trajectories. And one level of evaluating this is on the biological level. When we have anti-amyloid treatment, we want to measure amyloid to see whether the treatment was effective in what it was intending to do. And for this, we can use amyloid PET or CSF biomarkers or blood tests that are already available to some extent. And for the latter, the developments go very quickly. So we expect a lot of development also in the coming years. Of course, in the end, the proof of the pudding is in the eating, or there should be a clinical effect. So we need to measure cognitive decline and functional decline, but also measures such as caregiver burden, quality of life, healthcare costs, and time to nursing home. And again, we talked about feasibility, because the clinician does not have the time to collect all these data and or to entry all these data into the system. So we do need innovative solutions, and we talked about AI and how this can help to support physicians at point of care. And we were also wary that this is perhaps not yet available today. And we also talked about putting patients and caregivers at the steering wheel by focusing on patient-reported outcomes that they could actually fill in on digital questionnaires from the comfort of their own couches at home. And then we talked about stopping criteria, which is of course also related to these long-term disease trajectories, because how can we decide whether it's time to stop, whether it's a good moment to stop with the anti-amyloid treatment? So again, we could say we use the measurement of amyloid for this purpose with PET, CSF or blood. I think at this moment amyloid PET would be the first line of choice. But we can also think about the clinical measure, and here CDR was mentioned, which is of course often used or always used in clinical trials, but hardly ever in clinical practice. In clinical practice, people use MMSE or MoCA. And in the end, I think the stage of moderate dementia is actually the point where you have to stop treatment. But we had a little bit of discussion of how this is defined, because there's no uniform definition of how you can determine whether it's moderate dementia. We also talked about a somewhat bolder idea that in the end or in the future, you might think of a fixed treatment time. For example, with the donanemab study, where patients were stopped when they were amyloid cleared or after 18 months. And you could even imagine a future where you do some study to show whether it's feasible to stop everybody after 12 months. And this would be from the idea that after this fixed period of 18 months, or perhaps later on 12 months, you can say the brain was cleared from amyloid, so you can stop because there's no amyloid to clear anymore, or the brain was not cleared, but then you can conclude that the medication isn't working. And this is, of course, some bold idea that needs additional study. There's another slide. Because we also realized that these novel treatments can really help mature the healthcare system, the whole patient journey. And we have seen this in other diseases. And some people in the room had experience over 30 years with MS and other diseases where we've really seen that the first generation of treatments has helped to introduce MR as a regular monitoring aspect. And this has really improved patient care. And we're now at a situation 25, 30 years later when there's multiple treatments that really help these patients in a personalized medicine kind of way. We realized that in the Alzheimer's fields, many patients don't get proper follow-up at all. And the fact that there will be anti-amyloid treatments is a reason for this to change, because there will be obligatory treatments, follow-ups. We discussed it's important to avoid double data collection and double work, so we should make use of data linkage, which is, for example, done in many Scandinavian countries, also in the Netherlands, and also we are looking forward to the European health data space, which, of course, we hope will miraculously solve all our problems, but we also realized it might not immediately do so. And then we talked about when we are going to introduce these treatments, would it be feasible to do repeated PET and repeated MR? And we said yes, because initially these will be really small patient numbers. And in fact, I think perhaps if we, in the Netherlands, for example, we could treat 500 patients, that would already be a start. And for that, I really think repeated PET, repeated MR is feasible. We also agreed on that for all regions. And we thought that whilst gaining experience, the clinicians, whilst progress is being made in research, perhaps blood will replace PET, whilst we're upscaling to more patients, then perhaps the PET will potentially be replaced by blood, or there will be a fixed treatment period. And finally, an important thing we discussed is how to fund these registries. What would be the incentive for clinicians or patients to participate in them? And how do we work towards sustainability? And then I think the idea was that there's multiple funding sources, but these are all for projects. And this is very helpful and very good to get things started. Yet registries should in the end be really a healthcare infrastructure and should not be dependent on incidental funding. So we didn't really solve this issue yet, but we were very much in agreement that this needs to be solved. So there is funding and support available for innovation on research in AD. And then we need to realize again that a registry should not be innovation. There may be innovative aspects, but it should not be innovation. It should be regular healthcare. So we do need public funding, for example, by the government, or perhaps even better by the payers. And then the final thing is that we really think that these registries should be there to help collect data on all treatments in Alzheimer's disease to allow us to make meaningful comparisons and also as a backdrop for novel trials that have to deal with existing treatments and can incorporate them right away. And I think this was the end. I don't think there's another slide. Let's check. No, thank you.
Thank you. Excellent summary, and I'm sure there were enough triggers here for a good discussion afterwards. Thank you so much for this summary. My proposal would be that we would go back to the first breakout session, the safety and risk minimization measures for medicines. Back to Pamela. Pamela, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, and apologies for the semantic inconsistency for me. I thought the red light there meant I shouldn't be entering the room. And I was actually standing there, but okay, not to lose time. There were three questions that we addressed in breakout session A, which is around the real-world safety of the approved products, how we can optimize monitoring, and the long-term consequences of side effects. And across each of these questions, we structured them according to what our current needs are, what our current state are, and if the current state is not yet the future state, what that future state should ideally look like. So in terms of the real-world safety of the approved products, the clear needs are evaluating the success of risk minimization measures, of course, as well as the controlled access program, and then the regulatory obligations that come with it in the form of the Category 1 passes. The current state is that these kinds of studies can likely be conducted in big specialized centers, so there will be a bias over there because these are the centers that can currently provide these treatments and, of course, monitor them. And so in terms of the registries, in terms of the current state, we still have remaining question marks around what can registries actually capture that distinguish between treatment effects versus effects that you see as a result of standard of care in different geographies. So essentially, what are the differences that actually arise from the treatment versus what are differences that also arise from the processes and how care is given in countries. Now, of course, a positive in terms of the current state, as opposed to where we were 10 years ago, is that there are lots of guidance documents that are now available to us, and we should be making use of them. These include fitness for purpose guidance documents, especially the recently released ICH M14, which describes how safety studies should be conducted. So considerations for fitness for purpose, and of course, how to conduct the feasibility studies. In addition to those, there are the guidelines on the data quality framework, as well as the RWD annex, as well as the reflection paper on non-interventional studies. And I think, at least from the session that we had, it's important for everyone to be on the same page in terms of the why and the how, why these guidelines are there, what purpose they serve. And one of the thoughts we had is that it's good to have, a common platform where all of the stakeholders, including the registries, understand the regulator decision process and why the requirements are like that. So that's for the first bucket of questions. For the next bucket of questions around optimizing monitoring and detection of sentinel events. So that precisely is the need, and in the current situation, we know that it's possible to complement real-world data that's collected in registries with linkage in some countries. So, like Scandinavia, of course, is a prime example for this. We've seen this in I believe in the presentation a while ago, and that's something that we should definitely be leveraging where possible. Then, of course, there was also an example that was brought up from the UK. It's a renal registry where patient input before consultation was used to enrich the data. And those are just some options that we can consider to make sure that monitoring is optimized. In terms of the future state, we know that there are legal, or I wouldn't say impediments, but there are laws that limit where we can link and where we can link. And here, that shouldn't be the end of it for those that couldn't link. What we could do is when we perform linkage, that could be used to inform continuous improvement, to identify the gaps, even in places where you can't link, and then understand how those gaps limit the interpretations that can be made from the data. And one other interesting suggestion that came out from this discussion is to use a patient portal for education on how and why we are using patient data, and hopefully that will also encourage patients to participate in studies that also optimize safety monitoring. In terms of the third set of the third question, which are the long-term consequences of novel side effects, this goes down to a need of long-term follow-up even after treatment discontinuation. The current state is that registries may have the possibility to do this. It was also mentioned that, of course, funding is needed in order to make sure that this is done. Again, here linkage can be a solution for that long-term follow-up. There was one interesting intervention from Health Canada where they mentioned that centers, so most of the safety studies are done in centers that are selected, where equipment safeguards and let me see. So essentially the equipment that's needed to conduct the monitoring is available. So in a certain way, there are limitations to that. However, when we use registries in other settings, then that's where we can generalize the results that are coming from these more specialized centers. Future state, of course, is if we can widen the options for linkage as well, and the contribution of registries to improve the generalizability of findings, that will be ideal. And of course, one of the things that we see in general as a possible limitation in the current setup, where specialized centers hold the key, is whether patients are lost to follow-up at some point, and again, whether there are solutions that the patient portal can provide to make sure that contact is not lost where possible. So thanks so much. I think I've covered what session A folks did. If not, please object. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Pamela. Thank you. Again, many points that will for sure trigger a nice discussion afterwards. And for the breakout session C, and this is the prevention of symptomatic Alzheimer's disease, including in patients with subtle detectable abnormalities but no functional impairment. This is Lorenzo, and I shared with someone else, right? But we start with you, Elena. So it's Lorenzo, sorry, Liana. Okay, Lorenzo, you start.
Thank you, Bruno. I'm Lorenzo Guizzaro. I work at the EMA in the Office for Neurological and Psychiatric Diseases. And this was, of course, the most ambitious and forward-looking session. If we imagine, I always start thinking about prevention of symptomatic Alzheimer's disease, thinking of the very long-term objective that I have, which is that nobody should suffer from Alzheimer's disease. Now, I'm sure this will happen. This will happen in the future, and it's our job to make this future as close as possible. And of course, the question here was which roles can the registry play in this? You see the disclaimer of myself and Liana as the other reporting members. And the next slide, you see sort of the scope of the session as presented to the participants. And thanks to all the participants for the great input. But we can go to the next slide to see a bit what were the questions to be addressed. The first one was, how do we efficiently identify patients at risk? And this had a very operational and practical side of how do we get people, subjects, or participants that are healthy individuals but might be at risk to develop something into a registry. And then what can be the role of registries in improving and validating these prediction algorithms. Then we discussed something that, of course, everybody who thinks about prevention trials has very well in mind, which is not easy to measure efficacy in this setting. And then we had a discussion on what's realistic and what can be useful from the registry, both in terms of what to use in registries, but also how registries can help validating endpoints. And last, we sort of had a temperature check on what can we believe in terms of trial readiness in the near future as the latest and most ambitious objective. Liana now will present the outcomes of the discussion.
Thank you, Lorenzo. So on the next slide, we were having a great discussion with a very diverse crowd. So we actually grouped the questions and had that discussion. So it's all wrapped into one with the challenges and the opportunities. So one of the first ones that was highlighted was the time lag from when people actually have symptoms or initial signs and referral to specialists. Another one was, how do you motivate people who are subjects, or in this case, just individuals who don't have any complaints or diagnosis yet, to actually participate in something that's preclinical. And another part we talked about was the current low positive predictive value of single biomarkers and the need to have potentially something like a multivariable risk score, which is going to be more valuable for identifying those individuals. Another part was the long-term follow-up needed and the fact that we may or may not be able to follow these people for a long time, and the possibility of having missing data that then affects how useful that data is going to be over the time period. And you can imagine if we're following people from when they don't have any signs, any symptoms, or very early ones, till when we would collect what would typically be in the AD registry. Another part is a mix of things, really. It was this idea of needing to consent to participate, but also the communication needed around the sharing of these risk factors, which are going to come very early, and whether or not people want to hear that and what conversations have to happen to look at that. And I think someone else mentioned from another session around this question regarding funding, and the discussion evolved a little bit from thinking about, well, it can't just be industry, it's got to have the consideration of this longer term public health benefit, and is that coming then from government or other funders, et cetera, and also ensuring that that's impartial and there's trust in the data and the results that come from that and from the registry. And then the last part was a discussion around the geographical representation and not just going to the countries or the areas that have the most developed data already. I mean, I think an opportunity that we highlighted was that there's a starting point, and some places might be more ready. I think we mentioned UK and France as two possibilities, but over time that's got to look at the wider area as well. And then if we move to some of the opportunities that we identified, so I think this was a big one, which was that participants should want to, and maybe we've seen signs of this as well, contribute to to this research that is going to benefit health, benefit their health, but hopefully also families, et cetera. So it's like a wider impact of that participation to motivate people in this sort of pre-disease, preclinical state. And then the idea of having biobanks that actually collect samples that have the clinical context also captured. This bullet is really like a mix of things, because we're thinking about that and the fact that at this point in time we might be looking at certain biomarkers, but in the future there might be other ones that are of interest or that have come to light. So how do we ensure that for the future, as well as looking at what is possible now? And then for the digital, I mean, we can't speak now in 2025 without mentioning, I think, digital and AI, which is a little bit below, which is how can we use some of those tools to also supplement and I would say not just monitor, but also like provide data to that. And also along with that, thinking around integration or linkage to other healthcare records and other information that supplements what you can collect, so that you have a bigger picture of that healthcare history as well as what is happening now. And of course the AI aspect, really being able to look at a larger amount of data and pick up those patterns. And in this case, linking back to what one of the challenges was, maybe identifying who would be at risk. And the last part, we discussed a little bit on, are we ready for a pilot on something? And one part is really the first part, which is like, do we have the opportunity to look at either registries or studies that are looking at broader population, pre-symptomatic, preclinical, or pre-symptomatic, and or in the 80 registries that are existing, how do you potentially motivate people to participate and add data into there even before they're diagnosed, and would people be motivated to do that? So I think that kind of was an open question. So we haven't solved everything and the questions yet, but I think there are a lot of good points there to consider. And then at the end, we did an informal survey to address that last question in there. And so this was just really by show of hands, but I think Lorenzo did a good job of indicating the sort of positivity here on at least the first two questions, which are, most of the participants believe that in 10 years, cohorts will be good and ready to characterize the natural history of people at risk for dementia and AD. A majority of participants believe in 10 years, we will be able to validate endpoints using these cohorts or registries. But then for the last question, which was, in the next 10 years, will we have trial-ready cohorts for generating confirmatory evidence as opposed to exploratory evidence? There was a little bit more skepticism there, but it's still a little bit of positivity. So hopefully I've represented the opinions of the group. So thank you.
Thank you, Liana. Thank you, Liana. Thank you, Lorenzo. A very good summary of breakout session C. And it's my pleasure to give the floor now to Francesca, please.
Thank you, Bruno, and good afternoon, everybody. So great to see that everybody's kept fantastically to time with the feedback, because we will need to be doing the same with the panel discussion. So the way that we're going to manage this is, you see the Slido QR code on the screen, hopefully, and the people online also, I assume. So while we gather questions for the panel, the idea is to go through the various panelists. We have 8 panelists this afternoon, and for each to give us 2-3 minute max take on the day-to-day so far. So from the sessions this morning, and also the breakout session, and now the feedback that we heard on those breakout sessions. So we will have panelists from industry, from regulators, academia, and patient associations. We'll go through in turn. And in the meantime, hopefully we'll accrue enough questions to then begin a little bit more of a question and answer session with the panelists. So if we can start then with our industry representatives and ask Elsie and then Pamela to give us their 2-3 minute take on the day so far, and your thoughts essentially on today. So let's start with Elsie, please.
Thank you. So I think what stood out to me the most was the responsibility that we have to patients. And I think that this came up again and again. And that responsibility extends to how the registries we support and use are designed. And even from the opening statement, I heard every piece of data should be used. And I think that this is really important and speaks to being able to use the data that we collect, meaning that it needs to have a reliability and good quality. I think the other thing that I heard is that meeting regulatory requirements in some registry settings can be challenging, but really adherence to those EMA quality frameworks is necessary to ensure that we're able to credibly use the data to inform regulatory decision-making and to make causal inference about safety. And another item that I had, which I saw came up apparently in all of the discussion sections, was this idea about the need for funding. And I just wanted to say that I appreciate that registries are in a difficult position. They need to remain flexible in their funding sources while maintaining sufficient focus to generate credible evidence. And I think the last thing that I noticed is that the landscape is changing. And I've heard a couple of references to independent drug registries, but I just wanted to share that my experience is that this is changing, and perhaps the idea of a completely independent pharma registry is in the past. I have many examples of joining multi-sponsor registries across therapeutic areas, including immunology, diabetes, obesity, and now Alzheimer's. And we might look to examples in those areas to inform AD registry development moving forward.
Okay, thank you very much, Elsie. Pamela, your thoughts?
Elsie has done such a great job and pretty much taken words out of from me, but I could only echo some of the words that she mentioned, also with some very personal experience with the disease. How do we make every data point count? What are the things that are at our fingertips that make that count? What are the lessons we should learn from? What are the guidances that we have to make sure that where we start from now is 2025 and not 2000 or 2015? We need to start from 2025 with all the tools and the guidances that are available to us. Of course, I acknowledge that there are challenges for some parties, especially the registries, in terms of understanding the legal requirements as well as the regulatory requirements, the language that comes with that. And so, let's make sure that we work together in order to make sure that our expectations are the same and that we work together to make sure that every data point counts. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pamela. So we move now to the regulator's perspective, and we'll hear first from Peter Moll and then from Pavel Balabanov, who's the head of the neurology office here at the EMA. So over to you, Peter.
So thank you, Fran. Yeah, really interesting discussions, and obviously I'm having most on my mind what you had in our session, what we discussed. I think it is really the time point where now, with the introduction of drugs on the market, perhaps slowly, really there will be a paradigm shift. Doctors previously seeing a patient, setting the diagnosis, sending them away because we can't really do much, go home, are now in a situation that they will have to monitor these patients over time, meaning that we would start getting something. But then what can we get? Obviously, there is again, the discussion we've had so many times with the patient registry initiative, the broken triangle, having the regulators talk to industry. We want to have a pass. We want to have certain data on area collection. And then, for instance, would be a good reason if you have severe areas to stop the treatment. And then this is built into the registry proposal of INRAD. But some of our colleagues said, well, we won't do this because we don't really look so much at the safety. So I think there's really this time point that we really, as a community, have to really speak to each other and get that message clear out there. Some points could be collected. There was a long discussion around, let's say, the efficacy kind of endpoints. There was enthusiasm on one hand of things that were done in certain clinical practices, things that were definitely done in other places, and also the timing again of having not just entering the data, but also having the discussion with the patient around how his cognition was at that time. So to really make the skill filled in. So I think, again, there is a discrepancy between what we maybe as regulators are asking of industry, what industry would like to collect, but the feasibility in practice. So again, what is something that we can collect in clinical practice? And I like to refer to the FDA guidance on performing trials in clinical practice settings, where they really say, align with what is done in practice. I think also very clearly for me is that we have to start stepwise, and I think that comes into the funding discussion that we have. I think the EU and the possibility where we as EMA can push, I'm saying sometimes we and sometimes they, having also my academic hat on, I think it's important to say that we really would try and stimulate, because I think we have to start with a coalition of the willing, let's say, in trying to generate data there, because I think there are initiatives, as were said in the Netherlands. We presented from Alzheimer Netherlands and with the VU Medical Center, actually kind of information that is being collected together with patients. And that was another very interesting one. Patients reporting themselves directly what could be generated of information, something that is sometimes very successful, sometimes it doesn't come automatically. Patients may be very motivated, but they still need to do it. It still needs to take the effort, and we need to find also ways of implementing that. To me, that would be a fantastic kind of research collaboration between industry, regulators, and academic and patient organizations, really to get that work. Then I heard my colleagues talking about the data quality framework and all the quality requirements. I fully agree with those, that it is important to collect good data, because otherwise rubbish in, rubbish out. But also very important to realize what are the kind of data that we need, so that we really don't put it as asking, okay, this is real world data. It should almost be like a trial data. That's not going to be it. So we really have to make the separation. Also, when we ask studies as regulators, make sure that data quality should be good, but it should not be the same as asking for another trial. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. And over to you, Pavel.
You see excellent alignment between the regulators. So I'll take on the topics that Peter Mo just said. Well, first, I want to talk about opportunity. It was already mentioned. There is a paradigm change. We're going to have a lot of practices now being modified by the fact that there are new drugs on the market. And I'm talking as the broader we, not the regulators, we should seize this opportunity. Of course, we are looking for good data. Of course, we're looking for data that are usable. One of the takes we had from the discussion is we should not allow the goal for perfection prevent us using this opportunity. If we are looking for unfeasible and barely to be collected data points, and we are looking for something that will take years to build, we're going to miss the opportunity for something which will be meaningful now. And there were some voices in our discussion who said it's better to collect something good, quickly and simple now, and then build on, rather than go into those chasing the clouds opportunities that never realize themselves. So we as a community need to really define not the minimum, but something which is feasible, it is meaningful, well collected, and will serve for the purpose we need now. And as the evolution of the environment in Alzheimer's disease progresses, we can adapt and adopt new paradigms if necessary. The second part, I'm going to talk as with the regulators, in this case the European regulators. In different sessions, we heard this plea for what more can we do as regulators, and it should be a reflection time for us about the visibility of not the EMA only, but the European initiatives that are relevant for the stakeholders, to support them not only financially, but in any other collaborative way, and see what we can do. Apart from increasing awareness, can we do something more as facilitators? And this will be our internal reflection, how to facilitate such dialogues like today, and how we can transfer this dialogue into a progressive interaction that leads to a result, funding is one of the things that for me struck me the most. Maybe the lack of awareness of how many programs are available and for what reasons they are not so known among the community. But it is a point for me as a regulator to reflect of what we can do as we, the EMA, to make sure that all the support that the network needs is provided to come to the first point using the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Pavel. So now we move on to academia contributors. So we will go and turn through Christian Steen-Frankenstein and Robert Pernesky and Dorota Religa. So if we can start with you, please, Christian. Not Frankenstein, is it? But
no,
Fredrickson, yes.
I don't know if I should take that as a compliment or as an insult, but I'll take it as a compliment somehow. Yes, okay. I think much has already been said, and I think I will echo a lot of what Paul has already said. That yes, sometimes if you shoot for the stars, you land on the moon, but maybe it's also better just to shoot for the moon. We are really at an inflection point for patients with Alzheimer's disease, and we need to seize that moment. But I think the starting point are the new therapies coming to market. This will change the discussion, the whole viewpoint on the disease. There's already a lot we can do for patients living with Alzheimer's disease, but in the mind of the public and policymakers, disease changes character when a treatment comes to market. And I think we should use this leverage point to improve care also for those patients that are not eligible for disease-modifying therapies. So I would echo Paul's words that we should perhaps look at a minimal data set to collect that and use that as a bridgehead to expand and improve the quality of care for not only those patients that are eligible for the new treatment, but for patients more widely. And I think I will end my speech here. Yeah.
Thank you, Christian. And over to Robert.
Well, I haven't prepared such a nice speech. But I mean, what's going on now is the biggest development in my career, at least. And as a registry owner, of course, I want to make sure that we collect data that's fit for purpose and that makes the regulators happy. But as a clinician, I want to collect data and make sure that the treatments are safe for my patients. I don't want to increase the burden on me, on my team, with additional data collections. So fit for purpose, from my perspective, means something that is included in minimum data sets. So Christian, what you just said is extremely important, I think. It needs to be feasible. And the data that we collect has to be meaningful. And by meaningful, I don't mean that this has to reach clinical trial standards or adhere to other extreme data quality standards. It has to provide additional clinical value and make sure that in the long term, we improve dementia care and not just collect data which meets needs of external stakeholders and not of our patients. So I think we should really focus on the patient's need here, and that will, I think, if we do that, that will ensure that everybody else is happy as well. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Robert. Dorota?
Yes, thank you. I think that Alzheimer's disease, everybody agree, is a marathon. So we need a long-term data, long-term follow-up. And when we think about the registry, the best time to start a registry is like to plant a tree. It was 20 years ago, but the second best time is now, today. And we need to think carefully how we design that, as everybody said, minimal data set, because we need to focus on basic registration. You can do, of course, it's not forbidden to do more, but if we think about equal care, through the different countries. We should agree with some minimal data set. This is something that everybody living in Europe can have access to this possibility, and also to participate in the research. This is also important, as Stuart, you mentioned that many people want to participate in the research. So kind of registry-based research is also very valuable. So we give the possibility. I think it's important to highlight that we give the structure. So it's the possibility exists if someone has MCI, dementia, Alzheimer dementia, or even in aerial stages when we discussed today, maybe it will be the possibility to give the structure. So from my point of view, I discuss here a lot with other Scandinavian countries. I learn a lot from them, but of course I can share the knowledge with countries they have no so well developed registry-based research as for now, and I will be happy to try to share the knowledge. I already help Austrian registry and some other registries, so we can do maybe something, learn from each other. Thank you.
Thank you, Dorota. And our last panelist for today is Mario Possenti from the Federazione Alzheimer Italia. Over to you, Mario.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So I will share some notes that I took today. Today we have heard about why registries matter. We also heard where the challenges lie. Fragmentation, burden, need for outcomes that truly reflects what matters for people with Alzheimer, which is ultimately what we are talking about, registry. I will not repeat all these points, but I will try to give you a short reflection of what they meant and for we designed those registry going forward. Overall, few of them stood out in my opinion. First, the need for harmonization and interoperability, because it is clear that fragmented data collection limits our ability to learn. Different definition, endpoint, and follow-up approaches make it difficult to compare outcomes or build a robust evidence base over time. From a patient perspective, harmonization is not just a technical detail. It is what enables fairness, consistency, and equal standards in care across countries and regions. It is also important to have a proper informatics structure from the registry holder perspective. The second point is the importance of long-term follow-up, as the executive director today said. Follow-up and sustainability. New Alzheimer treatments require monitoring well beyond the time frame of the clinical trials. Registries are one of the few tools capable of supporting this, but only if they are designed to last, supported by stable governance and integrated in routine care. People with Alzheimer and families need systems that follow them, evolve with them, not a solution short-term linked to a single product or study. And I agree with that with Christian Fredriksen. And also for future treatment, I think registry will be useful. We are, I believe, in a key moment for shaping future opportunity in research and learning more about Alzheimer's. And third, and important of a patient-centered governance and experience. Throughout this discussion appeared clear that data quality depends a lot on a lot of things, but also on trust. Patients are generally willing to share the data when they understand why it is collected, how it is used, and when they see value returned to the community. This is where PROMs and PREMs become essential. They capture not just the clinical outcomes, but also lived experience, treatment burden, impact on daily life, interaction with the healthcare system. And from a patient perspective, this also means that registry should be under strong public oversight. The governance help to ensure transparency, comparability across treatment, and trust, like Stuart well said today, especially when data collection is linked to regulatory obligation or access condition. We already have concrete international and European example showing that approach can work. Alongside important initiative already discussed today, the recent published Japanese experience illustrates how a public guided registry aligned with regulatory requirements can support safety, transparency, and long-term learning without relying on fragmented and product-specific system. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mario, and thank you to all our panelists. So before we go into the Q&A session with open questions, we had, if you were able to join on the QR code, we had one question for everybody to try and answer. See, we've got 21 answers. So the question was, and you can see it on the screen, based on the feedback from the breakout sessions, what are for you the top 3 most urgent aspects to focus on to facilitate the long-term follow-up of patients via registries? So I don't know if we can see some of the answers that were received. And you're still in time to type if you wish, I think. Are we able to see that? The suspense is... More people are typing as we wait, so that's good. Yeah. And there's also the opportunity in the QR code or via the QR code to ask questions to the panelists. So please make use of that option as well, and we will get to that. Okay, here we go. So at the top there in the white sort of boxes, I guess you see common words that are used a lot. Registry is unsurprising, the most used. Data, but also funding and patients. It's good to see. So just going through, I don't know how they come up as the latest comes on the top, but funding, harmonized data, working together to ensure registries are fit for the future, a moment of collaboration. What is a fit-for-purpose minimum data set? That's a good question. Define the minimum data elements, define the contributing data sources, ownerships. Excellent, there's more and more coming. Sustainable funding, so funding again, follow-up in primary care. People are still typing. Anybody that wants to contribute also verbally, that's also very welcome. Any thoughts from our panelists on this question? Go for it, Bruno.
I can take minimum data set. This should be done together, like a Delphi consensus. What is feasible, what is important. And of course, it has to be a balance between what is important and feasible. And also to take the groups that are rather not well represented in a clinical trial, like we have the people with different background or language and etc. living alone, and you can agree. I think together it's very good from whole country or maybe even broader with different setting. Of course, with both memory clinic and primary care, it should be done together, and you find the minimal data set.
Very good. And I keep a bit triggered by the funding, which is, I think it came in all breakout sessions and as an important topic. And I would like also to hear from you. This is indeed also a shared responsibility, right? In the end, it's part of the continuous development of the fine-tuning of the benefit risk. So I've heard different perspectives, and we've heard, of course, an important participation of governments, of public funding. But I also think the developers have a responsibility here, if you think about it. So it's something that you need to perhaps to also bring to this equation, as if we want to consider this as a fundamental part of being able to refine and better define the benefit risk during the life of the product. So it's an important part of the equation. And funding, I saw it here, I saw it a lot during the discussion. And I think, as Dorota also mentioned a while ago, not related necessarily to funding, but also very connected. The infrastructure is extremely important, and I saw it popping up here. In the meantime, anyone wants to come in? Peter, please.
Yeah, so I think funding is obviously always coming up in all our discussions around registries over the past 10 years. So I think some of the funding we can try and steer towards, let's say, the trailblazer, very, very well chosen here, kind of projects where you really put together the innovations, let's say, patient direct input into some of the registries, linkage with biomarkers, etc. I think where we could be more sober and direct on, and as an outcome of this kind of this type of meeting is the agreement on, let's say, really go to a core data set. I see somebody saying, put your ego away and follow just what INRAD already has done. I'm not completely saying that we should immediately do that, but what I think is we should have at least an agreement on what can we do on an efficacy outcome measure, which we think is doable, feasible, and indeed maybe just follow what is said there, the MMSE and the MOCA, and also something on the safety. And say, just saying it loud, I mean, as regulators, we will be asking for some studies over the next couple of years with all kind of new products coming out, and there will be always a safety aspect. If you don't capture that in your registry, you're just not so interesting to us to steer the industry to that. It's a bit arrogant, but it's also a fact.
Good. We also take good note of what's currently second on the screen. Clarity on the questions, on what we want from the registry, what we want to see answered, and that also targets the regulator very directly. So point taken, indeed, and we strive for that. And something, oh, I see a hand in the back. Kirian, please.
Yeah, I think a good starting point would be to do a scoping exercise to see exactly what exists at the moment and see what databases, what registries are out there. So, there's a large dementia database in the UK, for example. We have the Alzheimer's Disease Data Initiative in Europe, which is associated with EPND, funded by the IHI. So, there are databases out there. I don't know, they all have different funding sources. They all have different initiatives. They all have different scoping, funding, etc. So that would probably be a good start to see what ones could be used, what ones couldn't be used, what ones could be adapted, what their reach is, and then from there decide, how can we build upon those? Some we could use, some we couldn't use. Some are associated with patient organizations, some may not be. I think obviously what we have found before from the EMA patient registry working group is that registries associated with patient groups work optimally. So obviously we need to get those involved as well. But let's find out what's there first before we actually start from scratch.
Very good. And I also bring something that you said in the breakout session B, which is that we make this also future-proof and not necessarily just focused on 2 products that we now have recently authorized, but that we are able, with wherever we agree on, to sort out other issues and respond to further questions that we might see with the products coming ahead. Looking around for any more questions or comments. Friends?
Also online, if people want. Oh, yeah, there's a hand over there. Yep.
I think what I would like to add, going back to that piece around making every data point count, it's feedback loops, it's continuous improvement. When we start with that minimum data set, which I hope we will have at some point, that we agree is feasible and meaningful for the different stakeholders, the next piece is to make sure that we monitor, essentially what could be sources of bias and confounders, make sure we are transparent with that in terms of limitations for certain studies, and then, of course, use that as a starting point for improvement of the next phase, because the registry effort is not a one and done. We all know that it will be an iterative effort. So I like the idea of aiming for the moon, aiming for something that's reasonable, and then making sure that we continuously improve together and understand why we need to improve when we find those areas for improvement. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other interventions also online if you would like to raise your hand if needed? I still see some people are typing. Focus on the disease, not the medication. Yes, I think we can all agree on that. I don't know how we're doing in terms of questions in the Q&A.
The Q&A, we have one.
There's only one question so far, so please make use of the possibility of asking more questions.
Can I bring also the topic of the burden to the clinicians and the specialists on working with these registries and participating? And that's something to consider also. And I took that note, and that's something when designing this, we need to make sure that this is user-friendly, so that we can collect better and more data. We have a questions from Jordi Castellanos. Lots of thoughts on prospective registries, but what about using the information that is already in the EHRs? And what is the role of AI in processing all this data? Who wishes to start? Jordi, you cannot see probably the faces in the room, but everyone's thinking.
I'll have a go. So,
Peter,
I mean, there are two huge questions, and I think it's two questions, not one question. So maybe I'll just give what I hope isn't a superficial answer, but I think what we're talking about today is a complement to better use of data that's already collected. And I think there are efforts ongoing to analyze electronic health records and existing registry data. And I think we need to probably double our efforts in that sense. But that very much complements what we're talking about today, which is more forward-looking. In terms of AI and processing all this data, maybe we can have a full week's workshop on that topic, because, I mean, clearly there is a lot of interest in AI in recording the data that goes into an electronic health record, collecting data, analyzing and doing data quality assurance on data in the records, in terms of actually analyzing and running protocols through electronic health records, and then writing reports. So that's a huge topic, and I think it's probably for another day.
I guess in addition to all the complexities that we will introduce by using AI, and of course that will make a lot of things easier in the future, I guess the basic issue today is that some of the most important outcomes are just not included in electronic health records currently. So we don't have disease stage information. We don't collect that in a way that's useful for registries. So AI will not replace a minimum data set in the near future, I think. So you need both, I guess.
Thank you, Robert. We had Elena also.
Yeah, connecting the first question with the comment made by Bruno on the feasibility. I think if the community is capable to agree on a definition for moderate Alzheimer's disease, this is something that could be collected in the electronic health records and can be easily worked as a robust endpoint of effectiveness in the registry. So there is perhaps a work to do for the clinicians to agree with maybe a suboptimal, but yet something about how to define moderate Alzheimer's disease.
Any other thoughts on that? Otherwise, we can see already in the previous question that there's an interesting new addition. A key challenge is the unequal access to these treatments across the EU countries following the HTA assessment, which of course then directly impacts patient inclusion and the representativeness of the registries. Any thoughts on that from our panelists? Pavel, please.
I will start. In our session, we discussed also this in the context of is it okay to start with some, let's call them center of excellence type of data collection points, where we can rely on good quality data collected from the patients that we have, and then we see how we can either extrapolate or expand this to the whole of Europe, because the reality is, as this statement says, that we'll see some inequality, at least in the beginning, in the application not only of the treatments, but also of certain diagnostic methods across Europe. But we have seen the Center of Excellence approach before, especially in the rare disease field, where we know that there are only certain centers that are specialized to provide not only the care, but guarantee data quality. And maybe this is an approach we can start with here as well, to go where both availability of treatment and diagnostic, together with the level of experience of the center, provides the data are reliable, and then hope, but not only hope, incite others to follow this example, as it has happened in previous occasions where new treatments are on the market.
Oh, yes, please, Rob.
And just to follow up on this, and then a registry will be or can be representative of the population being treated. It will not be representative of the population with Alzheimer's disease overall, which initially is maybe not the biggest issue, I agree.
Elena?
The crucial question will be whether, I agree that you don't need the population of the data to be representative to the entire Alzheimer's disease population, but yet needs to be somehow generalizable to those treatable Alzheimer's disease patients in the countries where it has not been authorized. So if there are factors in the Center of Excellence that also are related with the management of the condition, and if these are effect modifiers, then it somehow challenges the generalizability of the results from the already treated population to the to be treated population in another countries. I don't know whether I'm making sense, but so we need to be sure if we could actually collect the data about the standard of care as much as we can, so we can somehow support the extrapolation towards the rest of the countries in terms of payment.
And that's why it's important to not limit the registries to only those individuals that are on any of the new drugs, but also to include individuals who may never be on the drugs because they live in countries where you don't have access to the drugs. So I think that is critical. But then again, this should be feasible, I think, because if you just collect the minimum data set in a country where you don't have MRIs or enough MRI scanners or the expertise, that will still be feasible and will then be comparable to the larger academic sites where you have all the technology and expertise available, if that makes sense.
Yeah, for me, perhaps is whether there are some management of the condition that differs between these two countries beyond the treatment at stake, meaning that in the Center of Excellence, for example, if the patient also suffers from, risk vascular conditions, they are more treated for these comorbidities, and that entails at the potential of effect modification. That's what I meant.
And I think the statement on, I think the third one there, that actually there is maybe a silver lining in the different access across Europe, where this kind of comparative data could be generated. Any other thoughts? Do we have any more questions in the Q&A?
Yeah.
Yes, apparently. Okay, so let's see.
This is more comments.
There needs to be a live algorithm up. Okay. Yeah, so that's more of a comment. So the new question at the bottom then, for safety, can we measure the frequency of ARIA in the real world? But how do we measure as a comparator the rate of spontaneous ARIA, taking into account the high number of MRIs and the actual term ARIA not being used in the non-treated? Any thoughts on that? How do you compare? Pavel?
It's not an easy answer, and I don't have it, but we have to start from what we can get. And I think we tried to make this point in our discussion of, if we start collecting what we can and use what we can, that's still better than nothing. So even if we cannot at the moment devise a way of finding out how to measure ARIA in the non-treated population, having good data on the area in the treated is good for decision making, both in the treatment but also in the regulatory decisions. And eventually, if there are better ways of actually monitoring this apart from just doing the scans and the MRI scans, maybe technology, maybe biomarkers, maybe something else comes up, we can move into a more wider screening approach. But for now, let's focus on what we can, and to guarantee that actually even these requested and required measurements are done properly with good quality and the data are reliable, that would be a good start.
Sorry, me again. But in a registry which collects data on untreated individuals, you will also generate data on the natural history of the disease. And you will at least have baseline MRI scans to look cross-sectionally at ARIA incidence. You may even have some follow-up scans. So you will generate some of this data, I think, at least.
Any other thoughts? No, yes, Ellen?
I mean, I think the main issue with the answer is that the frequency of the event is going to be driven by the number of MRIs a center is done. It's as simple as it sounds. So it's very, I mean, there is a great potential that in the untreated, the rate of spontaneous ARIA is clearly underdiagnosed because we don't do MRI. Also because there is no reason for doing MRI in untreated patients, which I do agree. So I'm not sure whether we can actually have a reliable estimate of the frequency of the ARIA, but maybe Lorenzo can answer this.
Thank you. In the spirit of what Pavel said, I agree. I don't think it's realistic in the short term to do meaningful comparisons on the incidence of ARIA in the treated and untreated, because the number of MRI is completely different, and because a clinician that is unblinded to the treatment does not use the same language to describe the two MRIs. But we can focus on what we can measure, and what we can measure, for example, is taking patients who do develop ARIA and matching patients that potentially could have developed ARIA if treated, what are their long-term outcomes. So even though the incidence of ARIA is not something we can, or the relative incidence of ARIA is not something we can better characterize with these tools, the consequences of ARIA is something we can characterize with these tools. And that's equally valuable, if not more valuable, given what we already know from clinical trials.
Yep, Christian?
Yes, I was just thinking about this model of having a registry in centers of excellence. And I realized that INRAD is not a registry for centers of excellence. It's one that tries to encompass all kinds of centers. And I think this is really important. And that's also a comment with regards to the minimal data set and not building a registry that can only be used in centers of excellence. I'm a big proponent of doing something that's feasible, and maybe that's what's feasible, but I think it is important to consider that the vast majority of patients are not treated in centers of excellence, almost per definition, because otherwise it wouldn't be centers of excellence. And those patients that are seen in centers of excellence, I think, will differ from those that are seen in other centers, because patients that have resources or caregivers who have resources are able to go online and see where the centers of excellence are and use those centers. So there's also a risk of inequity in having a registry that is very focused on centers of excellence. Now, I haven't heard anyone advocate for that, but it's just, I think, something that needs to be thought about and avoided, that we don't create this inequity in a registry.
Maybe one sentence to add to this one. I think this brings us back to the importance of fit-for-purpose assessment when using data, and the data provenance is one of the most important pieces to look at, because we never will have equal data from different registries, there's always a particular purpose of that registry, and we need to take this into consideration when analyzing the data. So I think there is work to do for the methodologists, for the epidemiologists, for the statistician to work on that one.
Elena, you wanted to come in? Oh, yeah, hand at the back. Yeah.
Yes, Elina Rannema from the Medical Product Agency in Sweden. I think when we discussed the safety, post-marketing safety follow-up and the ARIA and the comparator, I think we should keep in mind. I think it's not so interesting, the frequency of ARIA per se. There have been large clinical trials, and we know. I think we are interested in the serious symptomatic ones and the fatal cases of ARIA. So and that I think would be very rare in untreated patients. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, yeah, Helena.
Yeah, I now remember the question. So it's about the comment of Center of Excellence, but I mean, reading the labeling of the two already authorized products, it looks like these patients will be treated in Center of Excellence, or at least if not, the MRI should be read by a Center of Excellence, because you need a radiologist who have expertise to identify the lesions and quantify. I mean, I don't personally see this is a treatment that is like what we have now for the symptomatic treatments. I do not believe that.
Okay, thank you very much, Elena, and thank you everyone for the lively discussion. We are now about to wrap up, so just checking one last time if there's any other burning questions. Otherwise, we can move towards the conclusion of the session. No? Thank you very much. So I'll hand over then to Eva to close.
Yes, thank you. So I would like to start from thanking everybody who contributed to this workshop, who contributed to this session. I think that we had very, very open discussion. We had great opportunity to exchange opinions, to discuss opportunities, to also identify challenges. And now big thanks, of course, to the EMA and HMA for organizing this unique opportunity for us to exchange opinions between patient representatives, healthcare professionals, industry representatives, and regulators. We all agreed that long-term data collection require funding, require resources, also require confidence in the way that data are collected and used. I think that that also requires a lot of passion, knowledge, and also trust that the data that will be collected properly and will be used properly. We discussed what data should be collected. Here, this issue appears to be especially challenging when we discuss about pre-symptomatic patients. We also discussed who should collect the data. We identified capacity issues. We also identified issues related to probably need for the specific specialized center that would be in charge of collecting this data. We also discussed how this data should be collected, and here we recognize burden for patients, burden for healthcare professionals, and we also identified the need to encourage both groups of both patients and healthcare professionals to engage into good collaboration. And here I think that this collaboration and cooperation is the most important here. During our third breakout session, we agreed that cooperation is really a must here. So I think that we reached today very important conclusions, that we are really at a great position to facilitate further discussions, to really further discuss developments which will support further developments in Alzheimer's disease. And now I will hand over to Peter. Thank you.
So thanks, Eva, for summing up some of the key messages from today. So colleagues, the last intervention before we wish you a safe travel home. At EMA and in the European Medicines Regulatory Network, we strive for a fast path from innovation to safe and effective medicines for patients. Today, we believe is a key moment, is a pivot point. You've heard it here, you've said it here, many of you have said it here, and in a way, with a small step, you've co-created it here. I think that you've co-created the momentum for a collaborative effort on making better use of patient registries for collecting evidence in Alzheimer's disease. We've heard about the challenges and opportunities for better data and evidence in registries for Alzheimer's disease. We also, if we think there's about 4 million patients in the European Union, and we can even include the Scottish patients and make it a little bit higher, then that could be a very big study, 4 million patients with Alzheimer's disease in Europe. And it's about perhaps having that feasible minimum data set and then sharing the data to make that a reality. I believe, and I think we've heard it repeatedly, that it'll be fundamental to this to work in a collaborative way, collaboration between the patient groups, the healthcare professionals, the academics, the industry, and the regulators. And I would like to say now that EMA will act as a convener and a catalyst to try and move this forward. I would like to just come back, Stuart, to your presentation today. We heard from you, so that I'm only playing back your words, but I think they're worth echoing, that early diagnosis and treatment is the starting point for a better life, that Alzheimer's changes your life but doesn't mean that it's over, that patients support data sharing if it's safe, secure and trusted. We should avoid silos and avoid small studies, and I think that's a key recommendation in the context of our discussion today. That smarter collection will not only save time and money, but will also help patients and their families, and that we, the broader community, should give back to patients in the form of better information, better treatment, but overall better care for Alzheimer's disease. I'd like to make a few thanks on behalf of EMA and the national competent authorities. Firstly, to you, Stuart Dougal, for sharing your story and your insights, to your wife, Lorraine, for coming with you and joining us today. To the organizational team, Team EMA, if you like, Kelly Plushka, Carla Jonker, Justina Da Silva, Yolanta Palipshe-Etienne, Lorenzo Guitharo, Pavel Balabanov. Working at the European agency, you get to have to do these multilingual names. After a while, it gets easier. I'd like to thank all of the chairs, all of the speakers, and all of you, both in the room and online, for engaging, for caring, and for your commitment to make things better. So with that, I just want to finally come back one more time to Stuart. And what he said is, let's make better use of data and evidence to give patients hope, to give them choice and to give them fairness. So thank you for those words, Stuart. I thank you all. I wish you a safe trip home and, dare I say, a Merry Christmas. Thank you.